Are you ready?
On this episode of 4K Skywatching, we're broadcasting live from Chandler, Arizona.
Hello, who's ever watching? We're going to do a Skywatch today. We're going to do a Skywatch that's live from Chandler, Arizona. We're going to be using an HD UFODAP system. And we're going to be using a 4K Lorex dome camera. This morning, about 6 o'clock in the morning, I got up and humped up about 50 pounds worth of bricks up on top of the house, and I built a platform on top of the chimney for the UFODAP to sit. It's sitting about 2 feet away from the Lorex 4K camera. So then I ran 5 miles and watched The Empire Strikes Back and swam half a mile, and now we're ready to Skywatch. It's a good day out there. Today there's going to be some storms coming in later tonight. We're going to go through both systems real quick and look around and show what they do. And then we're going to do a deep dive into each system. So I'm going to show you all the menu systems of the Lorex 4K. And then I'm going to show you how the UFODAP system works, how that dome works, and go through all the software. And then we're going to arm the software and hopefully look at the moon's just going down now, but we'll find some other targets and clouds and aim at the same thing and hope we get lucky. So welcome to this Skywatch, and let's get started with a little bit of things going on here. What we have here is, over on this screen here, we have OBS software. On the center screen here, we have the UFODAP system. So we have the mission control plus the optical tracking data acquisition unit software. And over on this system here we have the Lorex. Can you guys hear me okay? Because I don't have sound on my end. Hey Gary. Up here in this corner we have another system that watches the house. Now this system isn't hooked up into the OBS, but it will be on the next broadcast. And then the system over here is watching the broadcast. What I came to realize is if I bring the beast out, which is the good stuff, the stuff with the P1000, it's got the pan and tilt system, the night vision, different night vision's thermo, a 4K system, whatever you want to bolt on. I've had at least 25 pounds, and it'll hold it at any angle, so it's precision controlled, it's radio controlled, and when that's hooked up, it uses all these TVs. So just to run OBS and to broadcast it, I'm going to need like 2 more over here. So I'm going to have to like add a stack of 32s going up the side of the wall for the OBS system, and then use these over here for the beast. Almost need somebody to run this and somebody to Skywatch at the same time. Let's do a run through some of the cameras real quick. So what we have is the UFODAP system. That's up on the roof, and that has 2 power over Ethernet cables going in. One goes into the Raspberry Pi, the colored little computer, and the other goes into the back, into the dome. And the dome is sealed. I think it's pretty weatherproof. It's pretty waterproof. And then from there, we can see what the controls that. And what this is this is a browser. So you can go to the browser address up here, and that will, the 198 address, 192.168.1.108. Then you put in the password and the username, and you have all these other setting controls in here that you don't even get from UFODAP. But UFODAP can access them if they need to. But from here you can come in and control your focus manual, auto. So there's all kinds of cool stuff in there. And this is, but one thing is I can't really get it, I can't really get this full screen yet. I'm not sure how to do that. I can do that with the Lorex. So over here you have controls of your speed. And I usually like it, depends, between 6 and 8. And zoom controls, focus. They have the presets in here. And this is a 32x zoom. And that's the moon live right now. Now that's the UFODAP. Now here's the actual UFODAP software. So the UFODAP software here, this is what controls the camera too. So this is like the other one, the camera speed. You have camera controls here that move your camera. This tells the exact zoom in at the top. It doesn't show my mouse on the screen, but it shows at the top. It's I guess it does 17x, so you can zoom in, and you can zoom in faster if you go like that. So you can zoom in. It tells you what the zoom is, the elevation, the azimuth. I can't remember what the hell those two are. The date, the camera system, and all this good stuff. So that's that angle. Let me go by here. So that's one piece of software there. The other one is the mission control. And the mission control software, this one shows the angle of where we're pointing at, where we are. It shows different camera views, and all this is recorded. You can record all this stuff. So you look at satellite. This will show you different road maps. It shows where you're at. This shows the weather conditions. So it shows the current weather conditions. If I need to know the wind, it gives me the wind instantly, and it'll record all this. This shows the 6 closest aircraft. We're going to get into this in a little bit. But anyway, that's mission control. And then we can look at them in different ways. For instance, this is pretty cool. When we look at where the camera's aimed, it's aimed at the moon. Now, when I turn the camera system, you'll see. I guess I got to do it this way here. When I turn the camera, you'll see on the screen it moves with it. So the maps it all out for you. So this is all, you can record all this stuff for playback later. I mean, this is the shit. I like this. This is pretty damn cool. Take a break and look at the chat real quick. Hey, Rican Havoc. Hey, Gary, Metal Gaming. Good to see you guys this morning. Hopefully I'm going to get some stuff. Hey, Danny Overton. Good to see you. And Chris Dotsakus. Cool. This thing goes wild at night when I'm running this thing. It's like the Terminator. It's the box is going all over the damn place. I mean, when you move the camera controls, it moves kind of slowly, even on maximum power. But this thing just shoves them around thousands of miles an hour that you can't. So let's move on. Over to the Lorex. We're now viewing the Lorex system, and this is the system over here to the right. It does have 10 mouse in this house running all these computers. Okay, so over here is the Lorex system. This is the one I got a hell of a lot of captures on. So we'll zoom down here, and this is on the roof, and right next to it are those bricks I hauled up this morning. And there is, voila, behold, UFODAP, right, looking right over its shoulder. So we're going to try and find some same targets. This thing here is really good quality as far as like we're gonna let's target this tree. And zoom in on these two. All right, now let's do that with the Lorex. So we'll go so many screens. Browser control. Yeah. This one I'm not having any luck when I hitting this into the this is the UFODAP camera. When I'm hitting it around 20, it's the best. When I pump it into when I hit this thing into like 32, then it has a problem. So the 20 is all right, but when I pump that up higher, then the zoom kind of goes to hell. So we got that. And I want to show you something I captured with this. So let's check this out. This was a capture when I had it on run. So this is a UFODAP capture I pulled off the drive. So this is what it recorded, a small AVI file. And this is on record track path. So this is the path of the object, but it's kind of distorted because you can see the camera's moving and it's trying to, the camera tries to adjust and zoom in on it. Unfortunately, I didn't have zoom checked on this one. And this is the other AVI that came with it. If it runs right. No, that one's not going to want to run. Now we're gonna, now we looked at kind of both of them. We're going to check out the Lorex, which is the one over here, and go through the screens and I'll show you what this thing's capable of. Each camera has its good things and its bad things. Like together they complement each other because they one does something the other one does, and the other one does some stuff the other one doesn't do. There is no one perfect system out there, unfortunately. Not yet. Not the end all be all. Just put this one out there. It's cheap, low cost, and that's it. You're good to go and do Skywatch. Unfortunately, you're going to have to use a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Talk around to other Skywatchers, find out what works for them. Watch a training video like this and find out how some of this stuff works before you sink your money into it and have buyer's remorse, and find out what you want, what's best for your system, because there's more and more people out there Skywatching on a better level than just having an iPhone. So let's look into the Lorex. Okay. All right, so we're zoomed into these palm trees over here. And let's look through the menu here. So that's really what you want to see what it can do. So when you right click it, and that's when you can look through the NVR here. The NVR is up to 9 cameras. And if I look at 9, I only have one hooked up, just the one. So with the 1 terabyte hard drive, what that means is when we go to playback, I can watch yesterday. I can go back and watch last night. I can go back and watch different times, I can go back months. I can go back. I can go back any time into October. And these yellow areas down here shows some activity happened. Got something happened. So this thing records damn good at night. At night, this thing, I mean, it does record. It doesn't auto record. It just records everything. But it does a really good job at night. And with just one, let's see how far back I can go. September. Looks like I got from August. The end of August. We go to August 30th. See what happened then. So this goes back quite a damn while of skywatching. So sometimes people call and say, hey, something happened. They'll be, well, when? When did this happen? I'll go look it up, see if I happen to have got it. So this is pretty good system right here. We'll get out of playback mode, back into here. So what else we got here? We got the PTZ. That was the stuff I was using. We'll go into that in a bit. Got fisheye, not applicable on this camera. Camera settings. Ooh, this is where we got some cool stuff in here. I'm going to get into this in just a second. Info, which shows you all about the system that you got. You got sequence. Sequence is when it would go through 1 through 9. Probably have to turn that off. They have a beat, playback, some device setup. So let's go into PTZ. Go up and let's look in the sky here a bit. And let's get this set up to find some UFOs somewhere. So if you're going to skywatch, you're going to want to sky. Okay, first of all, I'm looking north, so we got a lot of glare from the sun, and the sun in the Phoenix daytime is right above us. Okay, so that has a lot of glare looking into us. There's all this glare coming down onto these domes, so you usually want to look the other direction. So if the sun's to the south. And if you're like in, say, Michigan, it's going to be real far south. You're going to want to look away. So there's a trick to cut down this glare, and I'm going to show you how you do that. If I can get this OBS working here. Back and forth. Okay. And this camera, too, by the way, it can be pointed into the sun. Doesn't burn it out or nothing. Done it a million times. Tonight we'll have a hell of a sunset. It'll be a red sunset, just like last night. I can pull up sunset after sunset after sunset. Shouldn't have did that, huh? Okay. So over here on the menu system, what we have is this auxiliary thing. I don't use that. Menu operation. I haven't used any of this stuff. These are presets. So this is basically to do a tour. I haven't messed with this on here, but I am using that on the UFODAP. So this is kind of the touring setup in the middle. This is auto pan, where it's going to go round and round and round. And it depends on the camera speed. If I increase this, it should increase. And that's the speed of the camera there that it moves. But that's to flip it, reset. That's for some touring stuff. So I basically don't use any of that. I pretty much just use the speed. I keep it between 6 and 8 because if a UFO is really fast, you don't want it at 1. Pretty much keep it over here in the corner. Oh, look, a pretty rainbow. Let's zoom in and find out what's optical. Rainbow there. So the trick I use a lot to see some UFOs is I come into the camera settings here. I go up to the contrast and I hit it right around 75, not too high, but around there. And this is going to muddy the image. Now you take the brightness and I move it down to about around there. and hit OK, and this is going to darken the image. But now, abracadabra, any UFOs flying around going to stand out like a sore thumb. This is how I've been capturing these things that are kind of hiding in plain sight. So we're going to look around, and we're actually probably not zoomed in enough to even see anything. That's probably about where you're going to start seeing something screwing around eventually. I saw one yesterday. I tracked a couple. Hey, Jason Lazar, how you doing? All right, so that's pretty much the. Oh, let's see. Oh, look at that. It's got something. Got a couple of them here. What have we got here? See that thing right there? What's that? Is that airborne clutter? It's maintaining. God damn it! Stupid ass Tom. It's hovering. Check this out. This is hovering in the wind. Maximum. I'm on 24x. That motherfucker's holding a hover right there live on the camera. Interesting. Couple of them playing right here. Where's that one go? What the fuck is... Might be some... Interesting. Could be some airborne clutter, but you wouldn't see this stuff unless you darken the image like this. That thing right there is like holding a... Interesting. Could be... There's a lot of stuff in between the camera, but it's kind of weird. See if that's under the clouds or over the clouds. It's really tiny, whatever that is. Should come out of that, yeah. That side of the cloud. See, that's the thing. UFODAP can't predict stuff like this. I kind of see where this is going. If you can see this at home. Oh, fuck, did it lose me? Yeah, fuck by Venus or something. I don't know what's going on with these clouds. Good place to look. Anyway, that's my that's a tip I use for looking for these things hiding around. These things, that was directly above us. And we can look into the sun too. Let's check this out. Put some damn coffee down me. We'll do a poll later if anybody wants to answer which one they think's better, this or UFODAP. A lot of stuff in the contrail. What's everybody doing? Are they at work? Guys, we got some people from England here watching. And we got, that was good. We went through that 20 minutes. Been doing a lot of exercising lately. This has been a hard month for me and my wife. Our doctor said go back to normal. Here we are. This is what I do. This is normal for here. Do a little quick check on the iguana cage. He's good. Let's go back to east camera. Not so many cameras. All right. Take a coffee break for a minute, and then we're going to go through the UFODAP system. We're going to go through the menus and how this works. This is a cool marriage combo with the Lorex system. But it's not too perfect. But it's up and running. The software you could just use for any camera. You could use for an SLR camera, and just point it and get through a capture card, I think, and get it into the system. And it could also look later. You can record stuff like I can use it and go through everything I've ever recorded and have the software go through it and see what it is. Now, what's it going to get you? Sometimes it might tell you it's a plane, but if the software can figure it out, it should be goddamn obvious it's a plane. It's not going to look at a little white dot and figure out that's a plane and you didn't know it. I mean, it figures out the obvious. It's this AI, however this works, is kind of in its infancy. It does. I have seen it figure out birds, planes. I'd love to see if it can figure out what's a helicopter, if it knows what helicopters are. We don't have too many helicopters around here going through the UFODAP yet. Got some reverb coming back from somewhere. All right, let's get into the UFODAP. First, let's talk about setting this up. This is not exactly plug and play, so to speak. Let me find how you're going to get this set up. Just a sec. What you have to do with this is you have to, when you set up UFODAP, you have to set up, I'm looking in the menu here, you have to go to CMD and do IP config, and you have to look for what your IP address is. And then you got to change that. Let's see, to a certain thing. Let's see, display capture. Fuck it. So this won't work unless you basically, what you have to do is you have to go to CMD and do IP config. And from there, check out what your IP address is. Now, check out what your router address is. Your router address needs to be 192.168.1.1. Okay? That's what it's supposed to be. Shit, fuck. Thanks, Metal. That was stupid. Okay, what you probably miss is you got to go to. What you have to do is you have to go into your router and you have to reconfigure it. In order to use this software for it to work properly, your IP addresses can't conflict. So you need to set your router at 192.168.1.1 for your router. And then for your computer that's running UFODAP, you don't want that to conflict with the camera or the Raspberry Pi. The camera they all use this address, internal address, 192.168.1, and then the subnet. The subnet, what you want to do is go into your own configurations of your computer running UFODAP and change it so it's .140. And then if it's wireless, change that adapter to .140. Don't let it auto-configure your DHCP, because it could auto-configure an address, and then you turn UFODAP on, and it wants that address, and it doesn't work. So that's a trick to get this up and running right. So let's go into UFODAP. Bucket mute. You gotta leave that alone. Coffee down. All right, let's go through this menu here. PTZ, pan, tilt, zoom speed, right here. It starts at this, but you can. That's your kind of your zoom. So if you want it slow, but if you do it faster up here, then it'll go way faster. Okay, that's also for turning it and stuff too. So, run is when you run a program. Bounding box here is what you want to control. So I want to anything that enters this box would get recorded. Okay, so you can do that wherever you want. You can't record yet. A bounding circle, that's where you could do a circle, but you can draw however you want. It's always going to go in the center, okay, but it depends on where you want that to go. And same with the box. The box though will go anywhere. Let's see, circle. Circle's always in the center. The box can be anywhere, just that target. That's what these two do. Now, why isn't it ready to record? Ready to run, but it's not ready to record. Well, that's because of some options up here at the top. So when you start your system, it's not going to start with a camera. Okay, first you have to load a mission, and will load up over here on this side. This will load up. Then what you want to do is you're going to want to go to System, and then you want to get a configuration here. You'd open your configuration. Let's see if this comes up on the screen. I gotta wait a second. It looks like it probably didn't come up. Goes wide. Okay, I think that can't come up in the widescreen here. So yeah, what I did here was, this is kind of how it's going to start. So you're going to go to System, and then you're going to want to open a configuration here. And in my case, so he has all these different systems here for different cameras. So I'll just scroll down. So they have different test ones he has. These are just JSON files, and JSON files are just text. So you can open them up in any editor and mess around with them. They have USB files for different USB stuff and different drivers. If you contact Ron, he might be able to get different stuff in here. In my case, I am using this one, the Dahoo 50432 108 1920, this one. And when I do that, I hit it, open, and then it's sitting there. That's over here. Then I need to hit load. If I load it and it works right, the camera will pop up. So that will load. Then if we go here to system, then we can look at what this is. So you can rename this stuff. So this is the one I have. You can target when you want to start recording, when you want to stop. So if you don't want to record at night, you don't want it to run, then you don't have to run it. You can have an off time. These are different crops, I think, when it starts. When I stop the program and I restart it, it restarts the camera exactly where I had it last time. That's pretty cool. You can limit your zoom. Zoom interval is right there. Now, this might be off, okay? You might want to turn these on. That one would probably be turned on a default. But this one you want to turn on because when it's running, this will let it auto zoom in without you, okay? And this will let it pan and tilt without you. So you're going to want to do that. So close that. So that's what this menu system does right there. So we went through that one. The next one we're going to go through is cameras. This is the camera that it loaded. Now, if I didn't load the mission, it wouldn't load this camera. So they might have some default stuff on here, but this is what I turned mine on to. So this is why I got selected. This might not be what you use for yours. Now you can tinker with these if you want and then hit save and then close the window. Now if you screw this up, you can just uninstall the software and reinstall it back to normal. I do that a bunch of times to get this all figured out. That was cameras. Tracking. Now, here's how tracking works. I guess I got to move this up a bit. Tracking is how it tracks in that box. So it has here values determine how the track process detects and tracks valid motion. Event, motion events from one frame to the next. A sequence, a number of sequential events. Target event. Target recognition occurs at this target after about 5 prior events. That's a mouthful. I'm not sure what that means. Results in object detected, message status, and started recording. So this is the default. So you can tinker with these, and if you screw it up, hit the default. Okay. So yeah, mess with that. Minimum events. Minimum acceptable number of events in a sequence. To target an object must be detected for a minimum frames and seconds. Higher values filter out short events such as birds and insects. And maximum time here is 30. Maximum sequence time before a sequence termination and reacquisition. It'll make more sense when you see this in Word. Event interval. Maximum acceptable time between events. Detection interval. Maximum acceptable time from first frame of event to target event. Crop increment. I think that's where it's zooming in, or there's a target box. A blur, I'm not sure what that does. Odd number of surrounding pixels, average. I think that's where it's figuring out how it's moving and when to record. The minimum area of pixels for the target size and the maximum area. Okay, so that's tracking. Touring. Touring's pretty cool. We're checked it. So this is really cool. So you can go to this one area and set, and then sit there for a little bit, and we'll do that right now. So we're going to do a tour right here. So we're going to set this box. Okay, and we're going to tour that, and then we're going to go to tour, and we're going to hit set, and then we're going to do this for 2 minutes. All right, and then now we're going to move the camera up. Zoom in, let's see. All right, then we're going to go back to touring, position 2. We're going to hit set. We're going to go there for 2 minutes. All right, and then this will all show up on this, like where we're pointing. And we'll go over here. Skywatch over there for 2 minutes. And we'll hit touring. Number 3. Set. 2 minutes. All right. So you get the idea here where you can do these different camera positions And you could say, I want it over here. So you can track the moon as it's going across the sky, and every 5 minutes reset and keep watching the moon, and then go down, and then you can hit save as, and then you can make all kinds of different file names like moon, or watch this area, or if you had this at Skinwalker Ranch, watch this house for 3 hours and then point over here for 4 hours. So each little thing could be designated to do its job. Okay, then you can hit close window, and then you go back, and that's saved. Okay, so that's, we'll go through recording. Now it won't record yet until I hit this button, until I engage this button right here. You hit enable recording. Now ready to record. See that toggle on and off? And so you got to do that. And what does this mean? Okay, this is the stuff that's going to record with it. So you're going to get wide video with text. So that basically, I think it means this way. Wide teleframes. Okay, these are going to be pictures that's going to take every 3 seconds. PTZ data values in a CSV file. Okay, so you're going to get a CSV file. Auxiliary video. Okay, so that means this video. This is what we're going to get if anything happens. Now, auxiliary videos over here. So over here we have wide, telephoto, tracking, and path. Now nothing is seen here until something happens. So you won't see anything for these until something happens on these. So with recording, now I get another option for an AVI file. Now if I do this one, it'll show all the telemetry here on this video, plus it'll show the tracking box. If I show this one, it'll show a digital zoom from here. If I do tracking here, it'll show the tracking stuff, which is the one I showed you earlier. And if I do path, it'll show this thing will show the path of how it flew. And then spectrum is a thing I don't have anything for. So I prefer to do that one. And then this is where it's going to save. So it's going to save everything on my E drive. It's saved, close window. So that's it. Analytics. We're almost done here. Enable this, by default, it's always like this. So you turn this on, so that means enable analysis after each target acquisition. What does that mean? That means after it sees something it records, then it's going to analyze it. It's going to analyze it with its AI or however it does it. Enable modification of folder names. So what it'll do is take a folder name, and if it thinks it's a plane, it'll say plane or jet. Enable YOLO object identifier requires internet connection. No idea. There's a read wrong manual on that. Single shot. I don't know. Turn that on. This isn't nighttime, so I don't use the nighttime aircraft identifier. Enable end of analysis files if confidence exceeds the threshold. Threshold confidence percentage. So this means if it's 50% sure it's a plane, then it says, you know what, screw it, it's a plane. We don't need to know it's 60% or 70%. It's a plane. Okay, so that's what that means. Enable that. And you could just hit close window there. And if you come back, it's still there. So it's armed. Sharing. Sharing is you can email 3 different people that ping something happened. All right. Setup. Setup here is enable status, verbose mode, enable. I don't know what the hell that does. This will, if you do that, it'll do an offset for you. This is handoff mode. Avoid sun. Enable auto cruise. I'm not sure what that does. Analysis optical. Maybe on Jim's skin. What did I do with my minions here? Alright, so where the hell are we here? screen sharing setup. Going through setup. I usually don't mess with that too much help, and that's pretty much it. So that's how this works. Okay, so now we're going to do a tour. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit run. Okay, so let's explain run, and let's explain ready to record. Now, if I hit run, it's going to only record something if it goes into the blue box. If I hit record, it's going to start recording everything, and it's going to record to that E drive folder it just showed you. So it's just recording non-stop, whether something happens or not. So if you just want to say, I just want to record everything, just hit that big red button there, and it's going to record. I think I set it for an MP4 or something like that. And yeah, after an hour or two, it's going to be a couple of gigs. So if you want to record everything, use that button. If you want to run stuff, and it runs the program, wow, that went back. You're going to hit run. Here comes the plane. We're going to hit run now. So this is going to run, and then we're going to hit tour. Damn it, can't see the bottom of this. Because I can't really, these screens are, I think they're set. Let's see. Yeah, I can't get this down to the bottom and show it. But anyway, I'm going to hit start tour in loop mode. So what happened is the tour has begun, and I can't show it. Won't show you down at the bottom, but it says holding at position 1. So what that means is this is like the area I think we picked out. So it's going to sit here for a minute. Then, or no, it was 2 minutes, and then it's going to automatically move to the second spot, then the third spot, then it's going to loop around, and it's going to keep doing that over and over. Hey, how's it going, Tim? Let's see, wait for this to hit the next one. So it's holding at position 1. Now it moved to position 2, it says. There's position 2. And with this UFODAP, I can also turn the brightness down too, and screw with that like I did with the other one. It's kind of like Terminator Vision watching this thing. Sometimes trying to figure out its own little AI, or it's programming, trying to figure out what the hell is going on, what's moving in front of me. Should I record this? That's a hell of a job trying to figure out, is this a UFO, or is this just a piece of dandelion or cotton flying around? It seemed like a couple of long 2 minutes this thing's holding it. Now it moved to position 3, so it's going to move over to position 3. Then it's going to loop. It's going to sit here for 2 minutes, and then it's going to loop back to position 1. Alright, let's see where this is at on its tour. Almost done with position 3. Then I'll go back, but you guys get the idea. You can do this with the Lorex camera too, but it doesn't have this cool little screen that Ron has. It's just easy to use. The only thing I wish this had is in the touring, to say, record this for an hour. Like, it has its tour there, but I guess you could just hit that record button. Yeah, you can do it that way. But man, this thing's so cool. When I first got it, which is just got over the summer, it only had up, down, left, right. It didn't have these arrows. And I'm like, shit, man, you need these arrows because you need to like do sideways, sometimes. And Ron put those in. It came out like 6 weeks later. I was like, oh, cool. I got arrows and it's awesome. So yeah, now it's going to go back to position 1. It's going to lock over there. So this is pretty damn freaking cool, man. I love this. This is, in addition with the Lorex, this is the shit. There's a lot of potential here. But it's looking at clouds. So that's the optical tracking data acquisition unit software. After this is over, I'm going to go back and link up to how to do the Lorex stuff, link up how you do this one, and next we're going to go into mission control software. And the mission control software is used not to control the camera, but to control, basically talk to the Raspberry Pi system and to record that, and that has to do with the RF and all that stuff. We're going to go through those menus next. I can find it. Let's stop the tour. Looks like my mission control went and crashed on me. Stop that run. But let's show you how to load it up. All right. So let's show you how to load this thing up. We crash here? Well, something with the hell there. Now let's get us back on. Let's look at the Lorex while I get the optical stuff figured out. All right. Here we go. So let's look at mission control here. Freaking blurry on there. Anyway, This is how it's going to start. It's going to give you some stuff up over here. I don't know why it's so goddamn blurry. Refresh this. Maybe it's because I got 20 computers running on the same internet speed. There we go. Come on. Just bear with me for a second. All right, here we go. Now, let's say you want to get this loaded. Okay. I can just hit load and it will, Ron's pretty smart. This will automatically load the last configuration, which is cool. Saves you some time. But you're going to have to start from nothing. So first, you're going to have to load up a mission. So, we're going to have to go over to widescreen mode here. And I'm going to load a mission here. And this is what comes up. It's blank. All right. So how this works is you have these different mission files here. These are all JSON. So where these are at under program files, C drive, mission control, missions. All right. So you can modify these yourself. You might not have to. These, I don't think you do. But if you screw anything up, just remember, uninstall, reinstall, fresh copy. So if you load one of these up, this would just load up a cam. So let's do that. So this is going to load up the camera, which is the other camera over here, behind here. It's going to load that camera up. Okay, so we just do that, and we close it. And then we come over here and we hit load. Now, that's going to, if we did this right and everything connects right, that's going to connect to that camera. All right? So we have now that camera. But we want to have all the goodies. Right? We have all the good stuff. So we go back to mission control. Ron's done us a hell of a job here with all these different things. We go over here and we have 2 MS units. Right? So you can have, so let's load that. So, that's too many there. There's 3, so that would be a camera plus these here are basically that's your weather station, all your sensors. So let's go over here, load up. I think it's that one. Yeah, that's the one I always use. So we have PC camera and we have that one. So then you know what you're loading because your DAUs over here. So you can load up your DAUs over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So when I close that, here comes the magic. Hit load. Come on, it should load. Come on, I'm live TV. Okay. Close file. If you have close file, I have to reload this. Let's kill this and start over. The point here is you can load up to 6 different DAUs into the system. Alright, we got mission control back. So we're going to go to load. And let's load up some good ones. So let's see, it should be that one. That's good. Let's see, now we're going to go to mission control. And let's see, we're going to hit load. Loading those up now. So that has been loaded. Let's see over here. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go back to widescreen to show the screens. So we have this up. This damn thing is kind of locked. Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. Hold on, I'm just going to high def mode. Or we're in low. These screens are fixed for like I'm using a resolution of 1920 by 1080, so I'm gonna go up to HD. See if that helps. No, it didn't help. Oh yeah, well, fuck. Alright, can't get this damn screen running right. Freaking locked. Let's see. I can do something here. All right, so it's showing let's just go through this anyway. So over here is the camera, and it has your address. So be careful what you show people, because this shows, you know, that I'm broadcasting this on top of a dispensary. This is the address, the GPS stuff here. Your, you know, magnetometer, gyroscope, accelerometer, humidity. So I can hit this here, and this will. Not showing the temperature for some reason, but the humidity, the pressure, magnetometer. So we have this road map here. And that shows our position where the camera is. We have that one, satellite hybrid. And this also shows where all the aircraft are around you too. So it shows where the camera's pointing. All right, so then we got terrain. Then we have the weather, so it shows you where you're at, where the weather is. And then you got, this will show you where all the aircraft are around you. And it's not, you know, second by second, but it refreshes, runs, worrying about, I think it gets that from Flight Radar 24, probably someplace like that. So you got that, you got display RF. So this is the radio frequency stuff that's in here. So there's that. All right, so, and this also says run, not ready to record. So let's go into that. So you have sensors here. Bring this over here. So you can open this configuration, hit that, and this will now load. Now you could go in there and screw with this stuff if you want. So that loads that. You got the MSDU stuff. You go like that. Load one of the default files that gives you the IP address, the port, the address. So you can change the address there and hit save, and then that'll change GPS stuff on here. You could also put the GPS in there instead. And this is where you can screw up the radio frequencies. It's in that area. So recording again. Enable a recording. So see, that's ready to record now. Oh, damn it, the buttons won't come up on the screen. Gotta get my shit together on this a little better. So anyway, it's ready to record. And then, what do you want to record? Allow recording only during triangulation. That's pretty cool, but I don't have another one. Map of the video. So that's going to be record the map, right? So that'll be record that map. RF, record the RF stuff if you want. Radio frequency, sensor to CVS, weather to CVS, air traffic to CVS, video. The video is that. So what I find is when I choose video, and that's the location there. When I choose video to record this, I'm already getting a copy from the OTDAU, but this crashes. After 1 or 2 videos, it crashes. So I just leave that off, hit save. Now it's armed, it's ready to go. So that's the recording. Sharing, again, is the email portion. Bringing this over here. That's where you can set up emails again. You can do that. Not recommended because this is going to go off. It depends on your situation, though. Set up, enable test mode. That's where you got to go through the documentation if you want to find out some stuff about that, and then help. So we went through this. Now, that is how that works. That's time for a break. My mouth has been running. Tim, this is going to be capturing in HD 1080i. Would it matter? No, it's going to get, Tim, it's going to run at the frame rates that come with it out of the box. It doesn't give a shit about PAL or NTSC. All right. Phew. All right, documentation is done. I explained how UFODAP works. I explained how the Lorex works. Eventually, when all this is done, I got about 2 months of construction work because we don't really need a fireplace. Nobody needs a fireplace here. I don't know why in the hell we have fireplaces in all these houses here. They have no use to me. So what I'm going to do is build a 2x4 frame over it. That's about 4 feet above it. So it's where the UFODAP is now, but it'll be a couple feet higher. And they basically just close off the fireplace and just make that look cool. I put the UFODAP in front of that. I have static north and south cameras, so I have all my blind spots covered. And then on the other end of the house will be the 4K Lorex, and then on the other end of the house will be the 2K Lorex. So I have 3 domes that are usually about 25 feet apart each. I got all this gear, I might as well freaking use it. Alright? What the hell did I buy this for if I ain't going to put it to use? So, it took about an hour to explain that, right? So let's do some skywatching. Should have a cool night. This is going to be a long skywatch. It's going to be probably pretty boring. It's how it is until you find something. So let's... first, let's look through some previous skywatches of what the Lorex got. So let's spend a couple of minutes on that and show you. All right, so here's something I caught back in May. So this is a UFO I put on my YouTube channel. And yeah, I don't know what this was. It's small. I would say this is about 18 inches long. Something like that. It's pretty damn small. But it's fast. Whatever it's doing, it's looking like it can go from a stop, a back, turn, and move up to a couple of 100 miles an hour. And there's more than one of these up there. After this, I'm going to show you, I'm going to show you the footage that took place 10 minutes before this with the same thing. I see. I got the screen screwed up on this. Damn it. Fuck. Can't get nothing done. I knew there was going to be screw-ups on here. Here's one of them. I got this thing blown up. There. Alright, let's do this now. Pay attention, Tom. Instead of drinking all that damn coffee. Alright, reset. So this is the thing that flew by. People ask this thing is doing a racetrack pattern, so it flies over to the right, and I track with it the Lorex 4K dome camera. I knew it was going to come out of one side of that cloud or the other. See, the UFODAP would not be able to know what it's doing. It would say, "Oh, I lost it. The timer went down. I can't find it." But I can see it. I can see that thing moving around. I can enough experience over 28 years of doing this. Now I can see it loop back down. This is where the Lorex shines. When a person is sitting there with my experience, I can predict kind of it's moving here and get set up. The Lorex system is just going to do its own thing. So I don't think it would. I think it would have seen this, recorded it for a few seconds, and it would have lost it. So now this is going to bolt down. So it does. It did a half bowl turn there. I do a wide angle, and there's a Southwest jet over in the bottom left corner taking off. So it looks like it's above that jet, and that jet's 1 mile up. So this would have to be, I don't know, maybe it's 3 foot big. It'd have to be some sizable object, but it's not a huge object. It's not like the size of a van. And it's not a drone. I mean, it'd be crazy. I zoomed in on it and did some stabilization, and the object kind of is glowing from the inside out, and it tumbles around. I noticed they tumble in a clockwise manner. So now it's going down. Then it's going to bank over to the right. It's going to do the same thing it did when it was, not really up, but when it was to the north. It's actually moving north. So it was over to the top of me when I kind of caught it. And now it's kind of going north as it's going away, and it does another half turn here. So now it's going to go to the right, do the exact same thing it did before, and then do a fly near a cloud, go around the other side, and then pop out the back, hook down, and then come back to the left, just like it did above. So there's an intelligence pattern to the flying. So this isn't debris. Note the time that it's 11:14. The next video is going to be like at, I think, 11 o'clock. So it was like 10 minutes before this. So I think this is the second time it captured it that day. I just only posted this one on YouTube. I didn't post the other one. But the other one you guys are going to see in it right after this. So here it does that racetrack pattern just like before, going down, hooking around. It's interesting. So this is on a tour, so to say. Go to here, go down, bank to the right, hook around, repeat. The hell? So now this is killer. It goes over to the left, it stops, backs up to the right, goes up to the top. I did this on a different video where I traced it. And then it hovers, and then it comes back and repeats the same pattern. There it stops, banks up, goes around. It's going to do this exact same thing in a second. It's going to stop and go, you know what, never mind. It's going to repeat that pattern, go back up. It stops. Now goes back up, it loops around, and then stops and reverses again. Right there, and then boom, it goes back around. So people wonder where the ones doing right angle turns and all that. They're right here. These are the videos. And then it jets down and loses me. This is the longer version of the video. It's a shorter one on YouTube. What happens is it actually, I think, stops, reverses, and goes up or something along those lines. So now it's actually traveling north. And I'll just read the whole video. There's another minute here. So on YouTube, it would end right now. Let's see if I can still see it. I think it stopped and went back up. At least I got that sucker for 4 minutes. These are hard to get. Avi Love says, we will have the results by shit. No, you can't predict when this is going to show up. You can't say, I'm going to have the results by X date. You got to skywatch and look. And get maybe a little religious or try CE5 or something. And say, I hope something shows up, man. Because most of the time, you get nothing. Nothing shows up. There's nothing to see. So I think it's ridiculous if you say, I'm going to have the evidence by X date. Nuh-uh. So far, you don't even, the guy doesn't even have anything yet. He has zilch. Nothing. And he doesn't want anybody else's data but his data. This is, go ahead. Good luck. I have my own system going. I have my own surveillance. Most of the town around me, 25 miles, is under surveillance around me. And my buddy up the street, if things keep going the same way they're going, we're gonna get him. And then I got another buddy 5 miles away who wants to get a UFODAP. So it'd be 3 of them over here in Chandler Gilbert. Let's see what's in the chat. Susan goes, time travel and Asians has made it good to see you. Yeah, Rhonda is working from home. I have the day off. A friend of mine was supposed to stop by from the East Coast. We'll see if he joins me in the Skywatch. Metal Gaming, is it a bird chasing insects? That's a good one. Bat, perhaps, but bats are blind and they don't fly in the daytime like this. What's weird is I've never seen any white birds here until the next fucking day. Can't believe that. And I never really seen them again. And I got that video, and we're going to play that here in a minute. So we're going to show you these, and then we're going to show you bird. All captured on Lorex. All captured within about 24 hours. So yeah. Let's see. Let's go to a different video here. I forgot to go get orange juice. Yeah, I'm kind of my wife's coach. I make sure she gets up, that she walks, that every day, their whole regimen is, she's got to get on these pills. She's got to exercise, and that's it. That's about all they can do with this. And we already do that. We ain't slobs, so we're just pushing it even more. And making sure everybody here is losing a couple pounds a week. She's writing down everything, heart rates, and I got her all kinds of good tech, blood pressure meters. We're doing pretty much everything we can do with the situation. And the doc said, go back to work, go back to your life, but exercise a lot. So that's exactly what we're doing. That's why all this is here. This isn't getting shut down. This is just getting in place. All these pieces are in place, and we're just getting started. Let's go back to another video, and we'll cut to that. Now, let's see. Just 1 second here. Hold on. Let me hit pause, because this one's set up like shit, just like the last one. So let me reset that one up. I think it's because I changed the resolution to like HD, and it like screwed up some of my presets or something. All right, this is all right. Now the date's there. This is at 10 minutes before the other one, so it might be the same thing. So let's roll that. And this might be hard to... Okay, here it comes. This little white dealie coming out of the clouds that I'm tracking. It's the same thing, though. And there were actually two of them. That thing's flying down and moving around. It'll be impossible to see something like this on a phone. You got to see this on a larger screen if it comes through right. But this is basically that same thing lingering around in the clouds. And then there was another one. So you hear it's going to hover and then jet off a bit. I wish I could zoom in and figure out what the hell this thing is. I'm probably on like, that's almost zoomed in max. That's like at 20x. So this is up so high, you can't see this from the ground. So what the hell is, if that's a bird, let's say, what the fuck is that doing up there at, 5,000, 8,000 feet? When you trace how they fly, ain't no birds fly like this. Hey, Bill H., how you doing? Easy living, Sherman, cool. I'm probably going to do a lot more of these Skywatches because I finally... Oh, fuck! Lorex. We got one, a hot one right now. Check this out. This is live. Is it? Yeah, this is live. Fuck. We got one right now. Up in the cloud, picked up on the Lorex. Check this out. What is this? That's maximum zoom. It's back. The motherfucker came back while I was showing it live. I can't believe that shit. What luck! Or is it just a bag? Who knows? Let's see. Haven't seen it do any weird moves yet, so we got to find out. You never know, so you just film it until it leaves. Man, every time Tim comes around, this motherfucker comes around, Tim. What's up with that? Fucker going through that cloud. We should call this the Tim UFO. This is like the second or third time Tim's around and this shows up. Of the time I was showing you before, Tim was I was on the phone with Tim Sr. And I'm like, Tim, I got something. He's like, no way. I'm like, way, dude. See, it should be... Let's see, this is where UFODAP would lose it. Ah, fuck. This thing's in the way. God damn it, I'm going to lose it there. I don't have UFODAP. So that's what we're going to do with the Skywatch, man. We're going to get this, set this up, go find him and his friends. Man, I couldn't even show you all that footage of that one thing, and this thing interrupted the motherfucker. That's just how it goes. I need to make another pot of coffee. I was trying to show you the footage of the thing before, and then I look over on the Lorex, and I'm going, wait, it's over there. What time is it? That's today. What the fuck? This is live. There it is on mind-blowing. Mind blown. Mind blown. Fuck. How far south of Phoenix flight path is this? I'm looking now. Hey, good question. I got that loaded up. I'll show you approximately where we're at. I'm on flight radar. I mean, bought flight radar. It shouldn't time out on me. There we go. Damn thing goes to sleep. Huh? So this is where we're skywatching. So we're over in this area here by Gilbert, and I can see this. I can see South Mountain with my camera system, and this plane right here, I could pick up. I could at night. I could see all these planes. I could see a plane as far out as Quartzsite at night. So at night when the sun's setting, I could pick up this goddamn plane. But it's too far out. But I could pick that up with the Lorex. So what happens is these planes fly here, they take off, and they basically loop around me. So I got all these goddamn planes in the way. So there's no drones screwing around in this Class B airspace here. Nothing. So I can see at night around this whole area right here. So I have most of Chandler and some of Gilbert under surveillance at night with my camera systems. So that's kind of freaking extreme too, because most people ain't gonna have this much shit. But I know a lot of retired people. I'm almost freaking semi-retired, and you got a collection of all these old screens that you've had over the years, relatively cheap, and you can set up a system like this anymore with the UFODAP, or at least something. If we get enough of these blanketed around any town, it's going to pay off in footage, in information. And with the UFODAP, you can get radio frequencies, you can get the weather conditions, you can see if anything weird happened. So it's UFODAP has taken this to the next level. It seriously has. Anybody got any questions before I start aiming these cameras at the same area? Oh yeah, we didn't get to the goddamn bird footage. We didn't get to the... I want to show metal. It's metal. All right. Here's bird footage. And I've never seen any white birds until, ironically, the day after that capture. And then this white bird shows up. So you'll be able to see the white bird. You'll see it flapping. And you'll see it doesn't move in racetrack patterns. It flies around looking for something. So let's cue up the bird. The bird is the word. Here we go. All right. I'm going to refill some coffee. This is going to take about a minute for the bird to load. Hey, David Albin. How you doing? All right, another round of Folgers. All right, this bird will be coming in here. And wait, see if I can fast forward to the bird. Yes, I can. I can fast forward. Save people some time. Cappuccino, Mr. Hey, Mr. Bubble, how you doing? Let's see. Where's that freaking stupid bird? Oh, I know. God damn it! I fucked the screen up again. These screens are where. Okay, I'll get it. Sorry. Sorry, we're having screw ups on the bird. I had a lot of this stuff set for like 4,000 resolution, and some of the videos ain't working too good. Let me just put the Lorex on for a second. I'll fix this video. Alright, let's see if this works. No, it ain't working. Fuck it. Fuck. I can't get that fucking bird. Let's get back to Skywatch. I'll fix that in a bit. Let's see. Let's get UFODAP running. Alright, so. Yeah, Dave Altman was over here about a month ago hanging out with one of the bots. Alright. First, we're going to use the Lorex to find a target to Skywatch on. Then we're going to, man, this is going to get so complex with all these fucking cameras. Alright. And all these mice. Mice. Let's figure out a good place to Skywatch. Some cloud. Look around here. What we got? Or first let's hit a couple planes so we could see the get some planes taking off, and we'll have the UFODAP watch that. So these planes from Sky Harbor are looping. See. Right there. That's about when they're dropping the landing gear. And then we'll reset the camera to regular because I have it on my crazy modes there. We're gonna redo that. We're gonna need to flip it again and hit OK. Able PTZ. See how goddamn bright it is? Ah, fuck that. I'm going to put that back. That's too bright. About like that. That's a little... There you go. See, there's a good tip for Skywatching. All right, that's the area we're going to look. I'm going to look over there. Now we're going to get UFODAP up and running. Let's transition to that. UFODAP here, and all we're going to do is zoom out. Damn it, it looks like I need to reload the UFODAP. So let's see if it works. Oh, looks like this crashed on me. Oh, I'll reload it. Yeah, see, one of the things is the Lorex doesn't really crash. It's hooked up to an NVR, but I'm always pushing what I'm doing. So the UFODAP can crash too, which is kind of troublesome because if you're going to run this from a remote location, you don't want it to crash. You want it to run hell, days, weeks. All right. So. All right, where the hell is that? Or the palm tree? Okay. Get around there. Yeah, there we go. Oops. What the fuck am I in the focus button? Zoom in. Okay, let's get this set. We're going to get this set. We're going to start recording some planes and see how this works. So that's about the same area there. And zoom in a little bit more. A little out. Then we're going to retrace this box. Record anything that goes into there. We're going to go up to tracking. Tracking's good. So you always have to do a few things beforehand. Enable recording. Save. And also I didn't show, but I cleared out the folder analytics, so we're going to want to do analysis of all this stuff. Alright, that's armed. Stop. Now I got to load up mission control and then we'll be ready. Yeah, I track planes because if you can't track planes and you don't know what the hell you're doing, then you're not going to be able to film UFOs. First, you got to, get your ass from the hole in the ground figured out with all this. I've been screwing around with this at low level before, and now I finally got it up so it could see high. So we got mission control loaded. So what we're going to do is we're going to run this now. So when we go to run's going to record stuff, and then we're going to go to mission control here. UFODAP. Now UFODAP, we're going to arm it and hit run. So anything that comes in this box now, we should hear a beep. And then you'll see the damn thing go crazy when some planes come in. Then you can check when planes coming in, because I can go over to flight radar. And here we got one taking off. So we got this guy here taking off. So you can see it's doing. UFODAP's doing something, so it's going crazy. I almost got that goddamn bird fixed. Thing's pissing me off. Alright, this is running. I'm just skip. Alright. There comes that goddamn bird now. Let's run it. All right, here's that bird video. This is the day after that other capture. So there's going to be this white thing coming in, and it's going to take a bit to get it focused. But yeah, this is what that Lorex sees on a bird, and you can see, you know, it's nothing like that other thing. It's good to record this stuff. You need to record birds. You need to record planes. You need to record lots of balloons and stuff. To learn how they behave. See, this is the bird. You can see it's flying in a circle, and it's a lot slower than that other object. Now it'll focus in here in a bit. I'm like, okay, we got this thing. What is this? Eventually here I'm going to nail this thing, and you're going to see, yep, that's some kind of weird white bird. First time I've seen this in 28 years skywatching. And you can see the damn near the head. I mean, look at the resolution this picks up on that. And then what the hell? It just sits there and flies in a circle. It's nothing like that other object. The other object doesn't flap. It tumbles over itself. This thing just flies around in a slow circle. All that thing does is just run around in a circle looking for something. And so far, I've never seen that damn thing again. These birds, I think, feed off seafood, and we don't really have much except a fake lake, Lake Pleasant. Got 2 lakes, one's full and the other's about empty, and they're about 50 miles north of me. So yeah, that's that damn bird. Yeah, I did. Chicken hawk. Dave, one time I seen a small bird picking on a big one when I was skywatching. And I was like, what the hell? And it was just harassing this larger bird, and it wouldn't leave it alone. I was like, because when you do this, man, you watch a lot of wildlife, a lot of trash up in the sky, a lot of birds and stuff, and whatever's in your area. We don't like up where a lot of my buddies are up on the Oregon. They're recording freaking bears. You know, in their back. I thought I'd probably bears in their backyard like Dave Mason and stuff. Thermal bears. So that's that bird video. Finally got. Aha, you didn't get me, bird. I got the better of you. I got you to play. Let's go back to the UFODAP. See what that's going crazy. Okay, it's running. Yeah, you can see this thing going nuts. It's like, what is this looking at? See, it's recording something. So something got recorded. And here's that something. So what happens is this stuff gets recorded, and this is where I choose to record. So this is an Alienware beast computer with, I don't know, maybe 32 or 64 gig of RAM. I think it's got a 11700K processor. It was built for gaming. 2 terabyte optical drive, 4 terabyte optical drive, and a 4 terabyte optical drive. So this optical drive will get used a lot. So here's today's usage so far. Somehow 193 gig. So what happens is comes from the UT DAU. These are the folders it's recorded. So these are all the folders so far. See, it's unknown, unknown, unknown. So it's analyzing these, and it doesn't know what the hell it is. So will show you what pulls up. So you get the AVI of the video, you get the CSV, you get a zoom, so that's a bird, and then you get this other. I don't think it's going to play because I'd have to hook the AVI in. Damn, what did I do here? But anyway, you get all those freaking folders. See, these are all folders to look through from that one. We got this collection, all those folders, same thing. So you get whatever you selected to record, you get that. The longer it records, the more you get because it keeps taking telephoto zooms. You also get the mapping stuff. So let's see what we got so far. Oh, just 2 gig there. And then with the mapping, this is the mission control. So the mission control, when you're recording, also records the AVI, the weather, the aircraft stuff, the CSV data, and whatever the hell you selected. So you get all that. You get all that good stuff. So you get all this new data that you don't get from the Lorex. So there's where you get, that's your trade-off. You can get cool information from the UFODAP, but with the Lorex dome, it may see better, it may do some other stuff, but you got to be there watching it. You have to be there watching it. Like all my captures with the Lorex were, half of them it seems I was on the phone with Tim Sr. That's weird. Ufologist, good luck charms. Or I just happen to be sitting there, dumb luck, just skywatching month after month, day after day. Now with the UFODAP, you're going to have hundreds of these folders to go through. Now, what I've been doing is just deleting them because I've been recording aircraft, just testing it, see how smart this is. When you start doing a Skywatch, do you want to save that stuff? Because you could have a gold mine in there, or you could be deleting it. But what are you going to do? Because in one night, this thing filled up a quarter of that hard drive, 4 terabyte hard drive, recorded about 1 terabyte in a night. There is no freaking way I have time to go through. I think they had 400 folders. I can't watch 400 AVIs. We're back to sitting there watching it again. So you can't get out of that situation. And every situation is going to be different because you might be just watching a barn. You might be watching ghost stuff, Bigfoot with this. Whatever your situation is going to be different. I'm in the city, so this thing is going to record hundreds of these. Man, at night, Elon Musk screwed you. Is all those Starlinks going over? It's going to hit those and record them, some of them. So it's 2 step forwards and a step back. Now, it might be a situation where you want to record all this stuff, and then you want to have people that look through it, right? You want to have somebody that I'm skywatching, but this other person over here is data. They're the data person that looks through it. They store it, they warehouse it, they decide should you keep it, which one should you keep, what should you delete. but I don't have a crew. I'm just doing this with myself and my friends. So I'm Project Galileo actually working right now, old school, at the house. But Avi Loeb says he's gonna have AI figure this out. We ain't there yet, man. So what I don't get is, why is he trying to rewrite what UFODAP already has up and running? He wants to rewrite everything Ron did, start from scratch. Ron, one-man army, already did this stuff. We could just clone Ron Ulch and get 20 or 30 of these guys in the team. This software would be working on Mac, it'd be working on phones, we'd have apps, it'd be smarter, it wouldn't record dumb stuff, we'd have more trainable AI. This is the future, this is where it needs to go. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Ron has made the software so cool, it's almost like he wrote it for me or you or anybody out there. So, what the hell is it Project Galileo doing, trying to start from nothing? We already have a foundation of working stuff. We can do this a lot better. Yeah, I can watch aircraft landing gear drop 10 miles away from me. And I got a day job. I program in here. We need more people skywatching. I don't really believe the Galileo project hoax. They might do more damage than good when they say, we looked into it, we didn't see anything, all we saw was airborne clutter. So since we didn't see anything, nothing's there. Did I mention Oumuamua? I mean, every time that guy says Oumuamua, if you take a drink, you'll be wasted in a half hour. It says that more than I say fuck. So let's get back to skywatching. Alright, this thing is picking up a few things. See if we still got mission control running. See, this thing runs by itself. It's its own weird Terminator system watching this. I sit here watching this thing just going crazy, going, what the hell are you filming? I don't want to look through that. Oh, check that out. That's tracking the aircraft landing there. Did you see at the bottom it said final analysis? Because I've turned on, after it's over, I check the box where it analyzes it. So if you don't check that box, then you're going to have all these folders that you'll have to analyze later. But if you check that box, analyze after capture, it'll change the name of the folder and give a percentage of what it thinks it was. So you can see this thing is pretty good at looking around. This camera, the Dow, is not as sharp as the Lorex as far as resolution and all that. But this thing anyway still sees pretty good. Hey Dave, you've seen a little bit of that beast. It's gonna fucking rain tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna hook that up. See, now I got this hooked up, bro, where I can just. Well, I don't have the UFODAP permanently on the roof yet. That's the thing. But right now, I can flip a switch and turn on the Lorex live on my channel anytime. Soon, I'll have the UFODAP up. Turn this live, both of them. Then the third dome, and then. Over the next week or two, I'm hoping to get the Beast outside, which has the thermo and it's got the Panasonic 4K cinema. I mean, really good cinema camera. The P1000, the P900, the 3D HD camera. I got two other HD shit cameras for sidekicks. And that goes out. And then this huge snake of like 5 HDMI cables goes from mission control here outside through the bathroom window. And then it connects to this, and these require all these television sets, so I can look at each one of them. Thermo in the middle, P1000 over on the side, Cinema 1 up to the top. So I got 2 or 3 spotters, and then I got the P1000 to see what is that. So the goal is just to find that white thing flying around and to get that damn thing on the P1000. You got to use a mix. I'm also talking with the gentleman of Sky360.org. They have a similar system like UFODAP. They're probably also farther than the Galileo project. What the fuck is this thing doing, man? Crazy. That's crazy. Look at it. Since I aimed this at the airport, it's constantly unknown. It's too far away for it to figure out. Now it's got to reset, go back to where I told it, and reset. Pretty cool. That's pretty cool how this works. So I've been just kind of doing this, watching it, and observing how it works. The best thing to do is to look at things around. Wow, those are one of the places I was looking. So once you got this up and running, this is how it works. There's not much more to it. You aim on your target, and you can record at all times by hitting ready to record, or you can hit run, and when you hit run, then the Terminator turns on. That's when it starts doing all this stuff. I need to start aiming these almost straight up and see if we can get some UAPs in about a half hour and get off of the training with the aircraft. Anybody watching that Andor show? The last episode was pretty damn good of that new Star Wars show. It takes a while for anything to happen, which is kind of cool because they're setting all the pieces up of showing this is the beginning of the Star Wars rebellion where people say, I've had enough. Fuck it. I'm starting to like that show. It's a good Star Wars show. I'm sure Dave likes that. Dave's got Boba Fett tattooed on his fist. So if you piss him off, when you get punched, Boba Fett's punching you in the face. You know the guy's a Star Wars fan if he's got the Fett tattooed on his fucking fist. No more questions need to be asked. Dave, did you guys have this kind of system up and running when you were out at you were out at Catalina, so you didn't have this. You had the night vision stuff in your phones, but did they have this stuff over in California? Like I know everybody's friend Jeremy McGowan had this, I think, in the Osiris. Yeah, this was not just where I live is almost non-stop air traffic. You can easily, every Skywatcher should set up an account with Flight Radar. It's like you set up an account for free, and then if you pay them $9, you can get 90 days of tracking of all these goddamn planes. So if you got anything, all these planes, the nearby ones, are going to be recorded by UFODAP. UFODAP is going to record all this. So if an incident happens, and there's a plane nearby, these are going to loop this way and it's going to come around. So let's track this plane right now with the Lorex. So check this out. There's the plane. Its landing gear's up. And a lot of times I'll do this for target practice, and then it'll fly by something, and it's like, hey, what's that white thing that flew by? Is that thing a UFO or a balloon, or what do we got? So this is, to kill the boredom a lot of times, track planes. And then every once in a while, you get lucky. This is a lot of skywatching is doing this over and over and over until you go, wait, what the hell is that? So now this plane should be turning left and coming towards me. So there it is. Another plane in the background there. See, this Lorex is pretty good at just tracking this plane that just took off from the damn airport. There it is, doing its curve. Damn thing went over here somewhere. Alright, let's start doing this. Start looking right up here. Set the camera resolution down a little hair. Let's do UFODAP. Stop this program. Stop that program. Yeah, that's that cloud that other camera's looking at. We'll both study the same area. See what happens. Tim Senior's on here, some flybys. Sure. Camera that's going to find him. After doing this now, it's obvious well, maybe the UFODAP will find him, but I think the finder camera is going to be the Lorex. So the Lorex hopefully will find him, and if they're both looking around the same spot, then hopefully UFODAP will get it too. But I was hoping, with the 32x resolution of that camera, we'd be able to push in more at the zoom and see better, but fuck, it doesn't look like that way. Looks like it's gonna be less resolution. So, oh well, you like I always say, you skywatch with the gear you have, not the gear you wish you had. So back to the Lorex. So what I like to do is put this down in the corner, not zoom in too much. So we're gonna go around that position. I got a lot of captures just sitting here. See here, this is fishing. This is literally freaking fishing. So maximum zoom is gonna be like that, and usually it gets blurry. So I like to sit around just about like that. Now, UFODAP. what do we got here? Looks like we're running the program. Let's make sure we're running that same freaking cloud. God damn freaking clouds. Oh, there it is. All right. Found it. So, that image, that little cloud there, should be that little thing right there. Should be the same thing. See it right there. Oh, when you're running a program, you can't zoom in or do anything for Zoom. And also another trick on this is when you're recording, you probably can't see it. You're going to want to have that zoom enabled. So there goes plane, hit run. Let's see if I caught that. It didn't catch that. But sometimes I see planes go by and it doesn't catch them. Oh, let's eat the chat soon. No, it's just sit and wait for some shit to happen. Make another pot of coffee. Flip to that Lorex. That Lorex got way better resolution at finding this. And let's get this window maxed out here. I don't have that fancy stuff Thomas Fessler does. He's got all that fancy software and it does all this cool shit. I don't know what he has. He's on like this really expensive Mac. I thought my Alienware computers are expensive, but they ain't shit compared to that Mac. As far as what they cost. Dave, it's in the movie. That's not a fucking answer. It's in the movie. I saw the movie 4 times. I'm still looking for the answer. I don't remember seeing the Raspberry Pi, and I have to watch again. But then again, I wasn't looking for a UFODAP. I don't remember seeing the Raspberry Pi to tear in the sky. But I remember seeing the dome. Because you can buy just the dome and then the software. You don't need to. If you buy the Raspberry Pi stuff, then you need the mission control, and that's to get all the weather, the aircraft, the status. So this video, I think, will show a good idea that people can skim forward out some chapters in here, how this stuff works. Is this something you want to get into? Do you want to buy this and put it on your car? Do you want to make a Skywatching RV? Do you want to put some UFODAPs watching Area 51 with the solar panel and a battery up on some hill they don't know about? A lot of stuff you can do. UFODAP picked up something. What do we got here? I think it was a bird that flew through the frame here. Now it's doing post-analysis. Let's look at the tracking and the path. Looks like a bird flew through the image. Unknown. End of file analysis complete. Yeah, Caroline has the DAP. Oh, cool. With 2 of these, you can triangulate. They're talking. I watched a thing with Sky 360. Who the hell is interviewing that guy? But anyway, they were talking about triangulation with that too. But I don't think they got that up where UFODAP. UFODAP's already out there running, so I don't know if they're at this level yet. I don't think they are. Susan Gall, Tom, have you... See, I don't have that fancy stuff I wish I could highlight. I don't know how he does that. But anyway, do you have ever talked to any Phoenix air traffic controllers about the sighting? I tried. Usually they just hang up on you. That was back in the 90s when I would see something and film it with Super VHS outside. Because I lived in Tempe. It was right next to the airport. Real close. It was over off of actually Baseline in 48th Street. And I lived right behind, it was called Incredible Universe. And then they changed their name to Fry's Electronics. So I lived over there. And it was just right next to kind of South Mountain's tip over on the west end. And man, I filmed a lot of stuff. I filmed these hockey pucks all the time around 3,000 feet. I posted all the good ones on my channel. And yeah, I'd call the air traffic controllers and they say, we're busy looking at planes, we don't have time for this shit. And they hang up on it. That's if you can get the tower. Probably can't get the tower now. And yeah, I'd go to the FAA. I would drive to the FAA, knock on the door, open up and say, I have this video. I want you to watch this. Get out of here. I don't want nothing to do with it. And we were trying to prevent, these things hitting airplanes. Even back when I recorded Bubba, I think 43 times. And a lot of those were road flares with the balloon. There could have been a real Bubba. My friend Armando saw Bubba through binoculars. And he said it was a translucent triangular craft with a pulsing red light in the center of it. It was blown away. He saw Bubba many times because he lived directly under where Bubba was flying all the time. So him and I and others would record these Bubba videos, and we'd collect them and trade them around the community. And he also saw Bubba, I think the last time, through a small telescope, and he said it was balloons with black balloons tied to a road flare. Now, he saw some of the initial Bubbas, and then... Why is this thing recording? Mission Control's recording. I fucked up. Anyway, so he saw both. He saw the triangular crap Bubba, and he saw the fake Bubba. So there's always, if a UFO is going to repeat itself, somebody muddies the water, and they screw it up. So we don't know what Bubba was. Was it all balloons and road flares? Was it a mix? This I could say, the Bubba cases and the Gulf Breeze, Florida, I studied those a lot back in the day. Read a bunch of books on that stuff. I think there were 176 sightings of Bubba down there within about a year or so. So we're talking every other day. And when they would go out with telescopes, and wherever they went, Bubba wasn't there. It was on the other side of town. So they'd go over where Bubba was, then it'd be somewhere else. And Bruce Morrison was one of the leaders of the group who had the camera. And I'm starting to wonder where, I know there was a lot of Bubba hoaxes down there. So I'm wondering if somebody in his crew was reporting the whereabouts where they were going to go Skywatch. And then somebody who was releasing those Bubba fake hoaxes and Gulf Breeze then said, okay, I won't be there. I'll be 10 miles out, so you won't be able to identify this. And they saw a red ring of lights, but that could be a bunch of them tied, a bunch of road flares tied together again. My study of those videos from Gulf Breeze is nothing. None of the videos I saw do anything exotic. Everything moves on the wind. You can see it kind of go like this. And when sometimes like in the Morrison videos where he goes, look, 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 and it drops. When he goes, look, and it flares up. It's because a gust of wind hit it. The pyro lit up, and when it lit up, a piece of it burnt down, and the same wind blowing to the right then pushed the ejected stuff coming down to the side. Forever, I thought that was a really cool video. And then after time of so much sky watching, I finally I said, look, man, that's not doing anything other than floating in the wind and dropping stuff. Everything is a drip, it's a burn. So there's nothing going up. Nothing ever goes sideways real fast or up in any of those videos, just down. So it's always free fall of gravity if somebody were to jump out of a plane. So I think most of those videos were a hoax. I think most of the golfers with Ed Walters was probably the same way. He took the money and split. And then it became a sensation and sightings and encounters, and people started making videos and hoax and stuff and selling stuff to the media. But when you look through it all, there's no 5% in Gulf Breeze, Florida. It's almost all 95% explainable. What do you guys think of the chat? You guys think Gulf Breeze was real, or? I mean, a lot of time has happened. I don't know how many people know of this. If you've been in the field for a long time, then you know of the Gulf Breeze sightings, or that was a hot spot. I mean, if that would be a place you would put a UFODAP and all these cameras. Susan Gov, what was my total investment on this? I don't count. People say the same things about the droids. How much did the droids cost? The R5, I built that within 13 months, which was incredible because all the parts are like machined. You have like rolled aluminum, and it's 2 layers of aluminum put together, and all these pieces, decal, everything's like $200, $200, $200, $200, $200, 200, 200. So like $100 bills, like a 20, in the R2 Club. Out and bought a Ferrari. Boom, it'll be liquefied in a day. I'll just get a whole huge check if I ever need it. Because the price of aluminum for all the stuff that was built in 2010 has went up. So to get the same pieces costs way more money. Same thing with Skywatching. If I wanted something, I just went and got it. I didn't give a fuck what it costs, or I didn't have like a limit. Like I can only go to here. I need this. Let's put this into the group. So probably easily. The investment of all my stuff is easily one of these. Maybe 2. Yeah, Susan Goff, you could easily, if you look at the beast, you could easily add up Amazon-wise what each camera costs. It's over 10,000 just for the cameras, and that's just some of the shit. And when you start dealing with thermal, yeah, then it's off the chain what that stuff costs. I'm not seeing anything. I think I'm going to go make a pot of coffee or some tea or something. There goes, what was that? See, these are good clouds to skywatch with. If you have just blue sky, This will at least give the autofocus something to focus on. Just the blue sky. These things are going to blend in. And unless it's really large, you're not going to see anything. So you could do like a patrol and look around and see if something's sitting there. The other day, I got fucked by Saturn. I never got fucked by Saturn before, but that's the first time. Always, I guess I'm not a virgin with that one. I found it in the daytime. It was in a weird spot. And another tool I gotta show you guys. Gotta show you guys a couple of tools. How I figured that out. I figured that out is using an app called Skyview. It's a free app. This is an Android phone, but you can probably get it on. So that's showing the position right there, right behind me. So yeah, there's the moon. It's behind me. So it'll show. So I said, well, we're over there. What's that? It was Saturn. In the freaking daytime at like 2 o'clock. So that's a good tool. So that Skyview is something you should get, because if you see something that's hovering and it's there too long, if it's there too long, it's hovering, probably a planet. So look it up with Skyview. And what is my other main tool? There's another one called DIOPTRA. It has this little cross deal, and what that does is it's a heads-up display. So it's much like the Lorex, so it'll give you the tilt, the angle, the turn, the position, the azimuth, all that stuff. Okay, why is this good? Because you record this with the camera, right? So you turn this on, then I have a screen recorder that records this screen, and then you put it on your skywatching gear. In my case, I put some electrical tape over it so it's black. So then I put it on the beast, and when the beast moves up, I move it up to the tilt, I get the camera tilt. Moves up, side, all that stuff is recorded for hours. And then you're going to use air traffic control or something that's copyright free as an audio signal. Then when you have the 5 cameras and you loop them all back in a digital display, you put this in there, right? And this will also have the audio. So then you can sync the audio with the tracks. What you do then is you chroma key out the black from the duct tape, and it leaves all the white stuff, and then you can superimpose that over a P1000, a P900, any video. Now you have a heads-up display on an SLR camera because of this. And I have this on the Beast. So this is how I do a heads-up display on anything. If you're going to use the Skywatching Beast, this is a free tool. Use it. It's time for some damn coffee again. Skywatching, almost 6 hours now. Be one long Skywatch today. Let's switch cameras, see if this crashed. Hey, so I gotta sell some of my stuff. I got like PTZs I don't even use. UFODAP's still running. I tried to see, this is a real-time test. Is all this stuff going to work? It's kind of like trial by fire here. Is this stuff going to work? Is it going to crash? Is it reliable? Because you want this stuff to run like for months, as far as the UFODAP. The Lorex is pretty good as long as you don't get a lot of water on it. All right, back to the folders. Look how many goddamn folders we have. Okay, 12 o'clock. Okay, this is mission control folders. Mission control, I think, crashed on us. So at 12, look at that. Every minute, I don't know if you can see that. Every minute, it records something. So it recorded 35 things in 30 minutes. Oh, mission control. Now, when we come to this one's harder to figure out because it's like sometimes it doesn't record stuff if it thinks it's not worth recording. Holy shit! Bird. This one says bird foliage. Okay, let's see what that means. Ah, foliage. So check that out. It's nothing but trees. So identified the tree. Let's see. That was foliage. Here's another foliage. 83%. Yep, foliage. Thanks for recording the trees. Right. Bird. Let's check out the birds. Probably I'll watch the video real quick. No, that was a plane. But they got that one wrong. Bird. Nope. We were looking at the airport, so I got that one wrong too. Oh, that's right. 89% confidence this one's a bird. Let's find out. Yeah, that one was a bird. That's cool. At least it's something. This is better. I didn't have this before. I have it now. So I think don't bitch because it's not perfect. I mean, I'm glad we have this now. We have this tech where this can automatically record. It's going to record a lot of shit. Now you got to dial this in. This is not something you're just going to pick up, put in a location, leave, and it only emails you a good one. That's going to, if this were to email you every time, once a minute, boom, bing, boom, bing, your phone's going to go nuts. So I don't recommend at least using that option. That'll be common sense if you use a system like this. You don't need all this gear. You can just get the UTDAU software. Eventually, these are good clouds. I've got stuff in these clouds, but on average, I skywatch maybe 200, 300 hours to get something that's okay-ish. You might have to skywatch for a year or two to get a freaking something good. You don't get good ones all the time. Oh, a car warranty. Yeah. Hello. This is Tom. You're live on YouTube. Damn it. I really wanted that fucking Car shield. What the hell? Come on, man. We needed that extended auto warranty for these droids. I think I have the same cloud dialed in. Let's see, let's make sure we got over recording set right. That looks good. That's about where we're aiming. See these, at first I thought these controls for up, down, left and right were for the map. But these are actually for the, I thought they were for the camera, but these are actually to control the map, to zoom in and out of the map. These are map controls. I didn't read it right. Map display controls. Let's run that. So you're going to run two things. You don't have to run mission control, but if you don't, you won't record all this stuff. You won't be recording all that. So if you don't run mission controller by the software, you don't get this stuff. But the one you definitely need is the software for anything, really. Yeah, that's it. Man, I got that dialed in. They're in the same damn spot. So let's wait. Cast out or beat. Wait for a bite. You know, this frequency stuff they talk about, I don't think I got this dialed in. This will go up to, I think, 1.7 gigahertz or something, but I don't have this dialed in for that. I'm not really one of those frequency guys. Like, I've seen this stuff on Skinwalker, and, oh, look, I'm shooting right over Northrop. I got all these satellite dishes there. Not really into that. Maybe there's something there, because that's a rabbit hole. That's going to cost you sinking a few thousand, maybe $1,000 into the proper antennas, the right radio frequency gear that will hook up to UFODAP, by the way, just to find out what. There's a frequency when something flies over, but then what do? I'm going to let somebody else figure that out. I'm going to do my thing, and somebody else can figure this out. I just don't have time for it all. Tracking a jet. This is the jet. Cessna 750 citation. It's up at 39,000 feet. It's going 437 knots. The Skywatching system, you can ID aircraft and all kinds of good stuff. Once you get your ducks in a row, you can figure this stuff out. It's the weird ones you can't figure out, and they're out there. With clouds, it's cool. You can dial these things in pretty good. David, what do you think with the 1.1 gigahertz is? What's this going to lead to? You know, it's fuck. Wait, I gotta go get some coffee. Fresh stuff's the best. Man, these TV screens make it hotter than a mother in here. Yeah, I try to keep my mouth like ready to move. Like if something fly by, you gotta go, oh, I gotta go that way or something, you know, you gotta be quick. Most of the stuff, I'd say when I'm skywatching, 90% of the stuff that I see are the go fast type objects. Small, that's probably what the go fast is. Same thing I'm filming, some kind of weird stuff. I don't know what the hell it is. And then the other object is about the same thing, except the go fastest go quick. And they just go from A to B and they don't change direction. The other ones are slower, like the one I caught in May. And they change direction about every 15 seconds or so. And those ones are really hard to track. And those come around about 10% of the time. And those are the fun ones that do because they're going to try and throw you off. Where the other ones, it's just a beeline. And then I know other people, they only film black stuff. Everything they film is black. You really need two people in here to skywatch with this much gear. So you need to have a couple of eyes watching all this stuff. Somebody watching the broadcast and the chat. It's I admire Thomas Fessler's fortitude. That guy has a fucking drive I haven't seen anywhere. 10 hours, 12 hours or more a week of UFO education and breakdown and some gossip and some other stuff. And you just tune into a show for a few hours and you know what's up. You don't have to go read UFO Twitter. He'll do that for you. But man, he does it so often. I could do this, but just every now and then. I can't do this all the time. I have too many other things going on. But since I kind of got all these pieces in place now, I'm going to probably be doing some more live Skywatches. Most of the time, see nothing. There's nothing to see. Until, like I said, then something shows up. And for 5 minutes, 5 to 10 of these are in a swarm. And they're flying every direction. And you don't know what to do. It's going to last 4 or 5 minutes. And then it's gone. And then you skywatch forever for one of those to happen again. It just depends on what you're hunting. What the situation is. Where, too, is a big one. Yeah, I do have an antenna hooked up to this. It's not a good one. But I'm not a radio guy. I'm like a programmer. Take things apart, figure out how it works, put shit back together, build stuff. Programmer, nuts and bolts, construction guy. I'm not like into electricity and radio frequencies and oscillation, and I don't know how any of that stuff works. There's got to be a limit to what you know. Except Mick West. He knows fucking everything about every fucking thing. All my gear pretty much is off the shelf. So you can go out and buy the same stuff. You can go to Amazon, hit add to cart. I don't have really anything special, and I pretty much tell everybody where I got all my gear and how much it costs. I don't get that. We're going to build our own cameras and our own AI. No, man, you work with the best. You work with people who've been doing this for a long time, and they know what they're doing. don't know what that was, a bug, or whatever that tracked, whatever it did. Record another folder. One a minute. One a fucking minute. I got some white speck there. And I got this up and running. I can plug in my hard drive of all kinds of old stuff. I got a bunch of hard drives of old stuff. cool. We have a hawk. See the hawk circling? Easy to identify. There we go. Well, we had a fucking hawk. Oh, come on, man. I see a lot of these things during Skywatches. Hawks. Wow, that was fun. I know a hawk. He'll be back. They usually do circles. Then they glide somewhere else and do some circles. Alright, let's see if we got better places to Skywatch. That. Yes. Spin around and around and around. Get dizzy. What do we got here? Yeah. Alright. So we're gonna get these little clouds here. Yeah. Inspect these guys. See what's flying. Some weird shit. Let's get UFODAP. Oh, on that. On the ball, UFODAP. Stop. Stop. And then we're going to zoom out. And then point straight up. So you do the hokey pokey like that, and then you turn yourself around, and then these clouds are the ones we want. Oh yeah. Skywatching 101 with Tom King on a Friday. Hunting hockey pucks and whatever else. Let's line up the other camera. This way. And there we go. We hit run. And we hit run. And then here we go. And it's Let's Go Crazy UFODAP. Looks like it's going to do that. Set that thing on fire right here. And then we're going to Skywatch with the other one and pray for UFO or something. Cabby love. Yeah, well, all this figured out in 7 months. We haven't started yet, but they whipped this thing in no time. Shit. Chris, what about night recordings? The Lorex is excellent. It flips in automatically. Will flip into IR mode sometimes, whether you like it or not. I can flip into IR mode right now. I don't have too much experience with the UFODAP. It's sealed better. I know the Lorex will withstand one or so rainstorms, but it will not withstand constant rain, where it's, Florida type rain. It'll shut down. The thing will fill up. I've had that happen. The other one, the UFODAP, I think that's totally water, not submergible, but I don't think rain affects it. Ron has one of these up in San Luis Valley, and it's been sitting there for 2 years, rained on, and it's never had a problem. But the question was night recordings. I've done some night recordings, and when I hit run, this thing goes nuts. It doesn't know what to do with stars. And satellites go by. I think it's going to record it. It just, all I know is it recorded hundreds of folders. Hundreds. I ended up one day with like 800 gig of folders between Mission Control and UTA DAU software. Looking straight up with cameras is hard to do. With always in the past with tripods, because they can't really look up much. and you can't get under it and look up. But with these dome cameras, they can look up because that's the shortest distance to a UAP is directly above you, not really at a 45-degree angle or something. You'll film them at a 45-degree angle, but they're further away. So your closest look is going to be when they actually fly over you. Looks like this is analyzing a bird on the UFODAP. I gotta call Tim Sr. and then something will show up. It almost happens almost 90% of the time with that guy. If I go Skywatch with him and his RV, something's gonna happen. It'd be good to have more RVs like Tim has, packed full of stuff like this. Have your own mission control in there. Have your thermal on the roof. You have your dome cameras on the roof. Antennas, RF stuff, whatever sensors you want to collect. And a lot of that stuff, I don't know if I'd permanently mount that on a van so you can drive down the road and get hit by, weather conditions. I would have just magnetic things, and they just magnetically attach to the top of the RV, pull them out, pull them back in. That's definitely in the future. Whether I'm in the future or not, that is the future of ufology for damn sure. Now I've been doing this for a few hours. I kind of got this all set up. The spectrum thing here is if you have a spectral lens, I think, over the camera and something kicked in. It's a cool option that Ron offers. Look at this. What was that? Probably a bug. 99% of this stuff is not going to be something cool. Probably most of this stuff's just debris and whatnot, but you're still hunting. There's still stuff up there that's flying around worthy of attention. Alright, we had something happen here. It looks like the emission control has crashed. And let's switch to that so I can show you emission control crash. Mission control is no longer responsive. This seems to happen. So it's trying to reconnect. Let's see. This is ready to record. See, when it's unresponsive, you can't do anything here, and you can't do anything when it's in the red. So it's trying to connect. Let's see if it goes on. Come on, mission control. Come on, buddy. Come back from the dead. Auto reboot yourself. Don't make me close the X browser and reload. I know you can do it. I know you can do it. Come on. Fuck it, it can't. I can't fucking do it. I have to reload the damn thing. It's supposed to be plug and pray. Rest in peace, mission control. I'll close you down. Only to resurrect you from the pen. Here you are back. So yeah, when it crashes and loads, I had a successful load before, so nothing here will work. Right? So this is loading it fresh. So none of these buttons work. None of them. It's not ready to do nothing because you have to load a mission. So you go up there and load a mission, but I already had set up what I only have this and that. I don't have extra stuff, so I don't need to mess with those. I hit reload, reloads all my stuff, And it's Ron's got it somewhere. I mean, it did crash, but yeah, it's back. Sucks, but you got to monitor your stuff. It depends on your system too. I'm using a kick-ass, I'm using a $3,000 Alienware computer. And you don't need stuff like that. You can run it on a slower computer. Now, something cool about this that I don't know if Sky360.org has, but Ron Ulch, the master, the creator of this software, he has a video where you have, we should go to mission control first. So when you have, this is where we're at, and this is where we're pointed, right? So if we have somebody else on the map, and you got, say, one over here, so you got a DAU over here, and it's pointing this way, right? And you pick up a UAP, what'll happen is both of these green lines will turn red, go to the dark side, and then they will lock, and then it has this deal that comes up, it's cool extra screen or something, where it figures out the speed, the velocity, and the height based upon all the stuff it figures out for you. So you don't have to do any of that. So that's really cool. So I'm looking to get 3 of these, and then we'll have a triangulation of whatever shows up. And time, over the years, we'll eventually get something. It'll pay off in the data and the science. There's a whole new era of skywatching with tools like this. This took a regular dome camera, and it turned it into a smart camera. I wish I had this type of stuff in the Lorex. Man, because that Lorex is like, UFODAP is like a Porsche. And Lorex is kind of like a Ferrari. A little bit better, but it sucks under the hood, where the UFODAP may not look as nice as a Ferrari with the resolution, but under the hood, it's well built. German engineering, overdone. And I'm really kind of stoked to see what the hell happens with the Sky 360. What have they got? Avi Loeb is going to have a similar system to this, where I think it looks at all these cameras in different directions, it records everything, and then it uses AI, like you're seeing here, in real time, to figure out what it was. And some of them, it figured out birds, they were planes. One of the birds it figured out. So this is a big step forward. Maybe it's a leap, because now we don't have to go back to what we had in the past, skywatching. So we saturate these things all over the place. I mean, I wish MUFON would do something other than collect ticket money. I have a celeb show up, dude with the book, sports coat, talk about some case he's investigated. You leave and you don't know anything much more about ufology than you did before, because most of the guy's stuff you can just watch on YouTube. But they have an army of people and a lot of cash flow, and I wish they would get into this. Chris Leto, the F-16 pilot, he used to live here in town. Man, I'd love to talk to that guy. There's so many questions, like even off the record stuff I'd like to ask him about. Sightings here and F-15s chasing these things out of town. Do you know who these guys might have been? Anyway, he's talking about funding stuff like this with NFTs. And, I had this machine there and this Darth Vader Alienware mining Bitcoin for a while until that went poof. But yeah, these things were making pretty good money to help pay for some of this stuff. And it helped pay for the processing power that's now doing this broadcast through OBS on this beast. So this system set up, I can do Skywatches all the time with this now and only add more gear and more gear and more gear. It'd be nice to have funding or a TV network or somebody to get people like myself and Tim Sr. and Steve Barone, Dave Altman, Dave Mason, some of the scientists and the guys from UAPX and whoever, and keep reformulating teams and going to different areas and using this technology to study it. I already have a 6-season pilot of different locations to go around, different hot spots that we can go for 6 years and go around and install systems like I have all over the country in the U.S. with systems like this. We'd set these systems up in someone's house like this. Maybe they wouldn't want to Skywatch. We would do that for them. But we need the location. The location is key. You happen to buy a home in a certain area and we want to put a camera on it and leave it permanently. And then it's going to be studied for good. Then the next year, we go overseas. Put these things in Europe. Australia, maybe season 3. And then after that, we start going to the nuclear power places, start setting up centers around skywatching areas like this, around nuclear power stations and possibly nuclear missile hangouts. At least have the area covered, wide angle, something. At least have something. Because the government's not going to tell us anything. We got to figure this out ourselves, and it's up to us, a citizen network of people doing this. And then after putting surveillance systems up like this around nuclear power, Los Alamos labs and places like that, top secret places that don't supposedly exist. They need to be watched. What are they doing? Systems like this before didn't exist and they were extremely expensive. This system that we're watching, the UFODAP, it's about the price of this is an iPhone, but I just bought my wife one. It's about the price of her iPhone 12 and her iWatch. About the same price as UFODAP. So if you can afford a new iWatch every year or two, you can afford to hook up a UFODAP. And then just hook it up to your network. And eventually there will be a bunch of people, I predict long after I'm gone, they're just going to replicate and pick up where I left off and all these other Skywatchers. Starlight Express cameras, same issue. I'm not familiar with that one. One of the only cameras I don't have is Psionics. That's an interesting camera. Let's put this on a bit. I bought a lot of cameras. I did an unboxing video. I unboxed all these cameras, and you tape them because these cameras are so goddamn expensive that if they arrive broke, good luck shipping it back because they won't believe you. If they think you'll mess around with the camera and you broke it. Yeah, that might have happened once. All right? But another time, I unboxed the camera and it arrived busted. And they didn't want to return the money. And if I didn't have the unboxing video, I'd be out like $1,400 or something like that. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, you guys want to see that video? All right, hold on. Getting a little better with this. I can cue that up. Let's see. Let's kill that one. Yeah, cool. And I got a huge library of videos I can play. What's this shit? All right, here we go. All right, I think keep skywatching while we're doing this. Hey, Metal. Yeah, that's what we're gonna see. I queued up, so I have all these. These were cameras that were going on the Beast, or they were going to be PTZ cameras. I wasn't sure. I wanted a permanent outdoor camera. Now I have them. But back then I bought this other thing that's over in the droid room. I could drag it in. It's fucking huge. And I had a Black Magic Cinema camera in there. Excellent camera. Excellent camera for studio like this. That's why it's called studio. Not good for outdoor in the rain. I blew that motherfucker up. Anyway, this other one, this camera almost went on the Beast, but it was too big, and I'm kind of glad it broke because I really didn't like it anyway. It was just too big. It'd take up too much on the Beast. Hold on just a sec.
I haven't.
I gotta fix that screen. Everything I load.
Today we're going to
is
do an
loaded in 4K.
unboxing of a new 4K
I gotta
JVC
shrink the
camera. I
screen
haven't
for
seen
some
this thing
Learn that on that
hardly at
fucking
all
board
on the
book.
internet, so I thought
Anyway, yeah, let's do that.
I would do a review of this. This
So
is
here's
a
the unboxing of the
JVC
JVC video.
GYHM
I don't know if
180.
you guys can hear the sound on it.
There's other cameras out there that are the 170, the 200. I think there's a 300, but nobody seems to be giving the 180 any love. So we're going to take a look at this and see what kind of camera this is. It's a good one. So I went through a lot. Through a lot of different cameras until I decided this one. So I've unboxed a lot of cameras. This one shouldn't be hardly any different. So let's see what we got here. Got a battery. Looks like we have part of the charger there. And an owner's manual.
Okay, it sounds like the audio is coming through on this unboxing. This is the one that unboxed was busted. And just, yeah, if I didn't have this video,
Other
I could
part
kiss
of the cord that
$1,400
goes to
to
that.
buy.
Looking like that. So this
Hey,
is going
thanks,
to be
man.
the lens.
I got the sound down so it doesn't echo, so I'm not listening to it. I can't hear nothing except when I'm talking. And there's like a 5 to 10 second delay.
This is the top.
Chris,
Part that
which
goes to the
software do
camera.
you mean? The UFODAP stuff?
This is the camera. And that's it in the box. That's what you get in the box. Interesting, there's already cut right there. And I'll stick it back. Hopefully I'm not sending this back. I went through a Sony A33, the Sony A55 once. I ordered it from Amazon. Forgot I ordered it, and then I bought it from Best Buy. I sent those two cameras back because they cannot do HDMI pass-through live. This camera supposedly can. We're going to test that. This is one of the larger cameras of my set, which I'll show you in a little bit. It's pretty thick. Reminds me of a Hummer. Hey, that doesn't sound good. Listen to this. There's a screw loose inside of it. This might be going back sooner than I thought. Well, see if we can figure out what's going on with this loose screw. Shoot on there. This isn't good. A freaking loose screw right from the start. Alright, not hearing it now. I still am. Hear that? I just bought this, and there's a screw rolling around inside the camera. Fuck. Just going back, it failed.
Yeah, so recording that saved. So let that be a lesson. Record stuff. Or they will. Those Amazon people. Here's the thing on a tip on Amazon. If it doesn't say 2 days, it's coming from China. If you're a Prime person and it doesn't say it's coming in 2 days, that crap's coming for 13 days from China.
Alright, doing another unboxing video.
Damn it. I gotta get these screen presets done, right? Or maybe switch back to 4K. This is my first outing, the first mission, so I'll get this done after some time of it. Turn out studio mode, I think it's better. Yeah.
Alright, doing another unboxing video.
I can see what I don't these guys you know that podcast all the time. How the hell did they do it?
Minutes ago, this is the Panasonic G.
Whether it's whoever's doing.
All right, doing another unboxing video.
Force the good or force the bad.
JVC camera with sit
How
back.
do they do this?
We got this. Just came minutes ago. This is the Panasonic GH5S. Hopefully this is not arriving broken.
So this is a Panasonic GH5S. This one I kept.
Box. Accessories right there. And we get the manual on top. Yeah, they're really thick. Bunch of manuals right there.
Now this camera, when I bought it,
Next up,
I think around
this.
2019. This is all pre-pandemic stuff. This is when I was getting all the cameras for the Beast, so I was buying camera after camera after camera.
Camera strap
And if
right
it was good, I kept it. If it wasn't good, each camera's a job. Like this camera's job is a finder. This is a cinema camera that's so good that Netflix has accepted it that you can actually shoot on this camera and then submit it to Netflix because it has such a high bit rate. So this is a finder camera. And you can put on different types of lenses. It takes 3/4 lenses, not full. It's not a full digital one. So when you make a decision, like with the Sony, you're probably going to get a full lens, full 1 inch sensor. And with this is a 3/4 inch sensor, so you got the 3/4 inch lenses. And then everything you buy is to be 3/4 inch. So you don't want to buy like a 50 millimeter 1 inch, regular lens and then a 3/4. But this thing is just fantastic of what it can do. It's the one that I have on the rig that I want to find something with it and zoom in, maybe about 300 millimeter, something like that. So this camera was around $2,000 for the camera.
Here's the battery. Battery, good. We'll need that. We're going to put everything back in the box so we can begin charging this. Over here for now. We're going to take a look at the lens. So, here's the box. And we open that. It's on top. Not sure what this is. Looks like a protector, camera bag for the lens. On top of that, this here, manual, and the lens hood, the lens itself, and some padding.
So yeah, that camera was about, I think it was like $2,100 for the camera, and then the lenses are usually $300, $600, $1,200, whatever you're gonna get. You can go crazy on optical lenses for these things.
Quick unboxing video of the Blackmagic 4K camera.
This next camera is a Blackmagic Studio. I bought 2 of these. The first one I bought, I sent back because it had burnt out pixels all over the place. It was so obvious on this 55 inch. It's like, I'm not going to buy a camera for $1,200 with burnt out pixels out the box. So they sent me one immediately before I even sent the other one back, and I ended up blowing up this one.
Quick unboxing video of the Blackmagic 4K camera. That's what's in the box. Blackmagic Micro Studio.
bucks. What the fuck kind of revolutionary expansion? Cabin tilt.
Something's going on. Just saw something going through here. So when that happens, if you see one, then there's 5 or 10 more around. Oh, this is critical time now to start hunting these things. I've got some trash. Because you're likely going to find it circling around. Straight up again and do the hokey pokey. No, it's good for what's going on with the down. Why do we have all this goddamn red? How the hell does Thomas Fessler do this shit? I'm lost with all these freaking screens. Alright, so what the freak went wrong here? Red? Come on. Is this even live? What is this shit? Let's zoom out. What am I pointing at? I must be pointing at a bag or something. Yep. So I thought it's pointing at a fucking grocery bag. What happened? Wow. The grocery bag blew over the camera. Holy shit. Let's check it out in the Lorex. And cut. Alright, Lorex, let's see what happened. The grocery bag blew over the dome camera. You know what? You know, if this was the history show, you know why? Skinwalker Ranch. Something weird's going on. My phone's freaking out. I gotta get the hell out of here. Yep. Son of a bitch. Come on. What the fuck? And that's how the cookie crumbles. You know, just when you think you're on your, 50th liter of coffee, and for some people it's Mountain Dew or beer or whatever, and you're kicking it on Friday off with the 2 droids. You don't have to climb up the ladder. But hell no, I gotta go climb up the ladder and go fix this shit. Oh, wait. No. Something cool's happening. Let's go back. It's fixing itself. It's self-correcting. Maybe I don't have to go up there? Ah, fuck it. I'm going up there. I'll be back. Alrighty, I fixed that. I had to go on the fucking roof. Cloud's about 7,500 feet, I think. 2 o'clock. I was chasing something that looked like a white dot when I cut off of that last unboxing video. I was sick of these white dots, though, man. I mean, unless I get them on both cameras and I triangulate, I'm tired of them. I'm tired of go fast. Burnt out. Tired of the shit. Want go low. Want triangulation. Want more data, more science. I've filmed enough videos. I know they're real. I filmed them I filmed 100 times. I got to film it 101 times. I guess so. And why is this UFODAP there? Weird. Where are you pointed? This thing went rogue and I didn't point it over there. Oh, it stopped. Okay, fuck it. All right. Zoom in. All right, we're running. We're running 2 systems again. Get the man. This will be insane running 3 dome cameras. That'd be like having 3 little kids running around. What do we got on radar? I want to get a helicopter, and then I want to see if UFODAP can figure out if it's a helicopter. I live north of this place, this airport. So yeah, they just fly loops and loops and loops and loops. Lots of rich people have their little toys down here. They have their Cessnas and they're practicing. So they're trying to they have a private pilot's license and they're flying around burning up fuel so they can accumulate hours to become a commercial pilot. My friend Rich and his buddy have a plane and they do that. He eventually got enough hours that he got hired, I think, for the CIA down in Tucson running drugs. It was cargo, off the books, weird shit. It's like for every day for work, he'd have to fly from an airplane hangar around here, and he'd have to fly down to there to go to work, right? And that's when he would go to work. So for free, flying all that way, which is about 100 miles, it's about 90 minutes by car, probably 15 by air, maybe 20, and then go to work. Fly, pay your gas. Imagine the commute, right? You're sitting here bitching, I work from home, goddamn blessed to have a job working here at the Mission Control. But imagine you're going to work, you got to go to office, you got to get dressed. Girls take a while to get dressed more than guys. Drive there. Well, this guy's got to fly. Imagine flying there and then bitching. Your commute's. You got to risk your life flying. You might die. You might crash. Oh, and the plane that crashed, where that guy jumped out the side because he fucked up the landing, and people were like, what the hell happened? The co-pilot or the pilot jumped out the side and committed suicide. Well, when they fix that plane, this guy's is supposed to fly it because it's cargo. A lot of cargo stuff. So you go from flying these rich toys around here up to cargo. So you work your way up. You start from the bottom. And, like I'm addicted to the water in Hawaii, the blue water and surfing and turtles and all that stupid shit. They're addicted to the air. And I don't get it, but I kind of do. I mean, I love skywatching. This is what I do. So, yeah, you can, and I'll show you this airport. This airport over here, we always said was a CIA airport. See, right over here by the racetracks, there's this weird airport over here. I don't think it's going to show up on flight because they don't use it. It shows up on Google there. There's an airport over here, across from where the racetrack is here, and it's abandoned. But apparently, you can land small planes. You know, so like a Pablo Escobar plane landing deal over there. I flew a drone over there for a while. But yeah, lots of rich people flying their toys around over here. Let's see if we can get this. Oh. Might be able to pick up this helicopter on Lorex. Let's try. Lorex activate power. Switch mouse to Lorex. Get off of God, Dome. Branch. All right, a helicopter. Where's there a plane? I got that plane taken off. So there's that plane. So that helicopter's got to be over to the right. All right, so that's got to be, take a shift. That's got to be where the damn helicopter is. Let's see what the UFODAP can get. And I got to pull that around so I can tell by the green thing where I'm right about there. Yeah, I don't think I'm up high enough to pick that up. Always a cool challenge to get something down. I got a small white dot once in front of a helicopter. I never posted it because it was just like a quick thing, but like the helicopter was moving like this. And it was just cruising. It was low, maybe like 200-300 feet. And only a quarter mile over, and then all of a sudden this white thing comes up and it lunges at it, and then it kind of drops and the helicopter goes by. But you could see the skis and the helicopter and everything. I figured it was just a balloon, you know. You're going to film a lot of stuff. Not everything you're going to film is anything. Usually it's just crap. So let's see if this is armed. Yeah, screw it. Let's arm this, see what happens. Oh, let's check out the chat. Man, it's hot in here with these Alienwares and all these freaking screens. Let's see what Chris was talking about. UFODAP. Oh, you want to see the software? Chris, the software will work with the PTZ cameras for auto scanning. Yes. I don't know when you got into the chat. It probably, or the show, or whatever this thing is called that I'm doing. So will the software control the PTZ? Yes, that's what's going on right here. Is Ron Ulch has a specific system where you pick kind of which camera you want, and then the UFODAP has these different drivers for each camera. So I mentioned I have this Lorex camera, and it doesn't. I can't control I control the focus barely, but I can't fix it to manual. I can't fix it to infinity, and it sucks. I lose UFOs all the time over it. He mentioned he can access the drivers for the Lorex because Lorex is owned by this Dow company. So these companies always buy each other out, the competition. So, and a lot of times they have the same probably drivers and shit behind the scenes. So there's different cameras you can control. Another thing it does is it can do kind of a PTZ, I believe, on a fixed camera. Like I have all these fixed cameras around the house, and I don't have access to them yet because I'm missing a certain HDMI cable. I used them all up for today's gig. Need a few more. And when I hook that up, it'll show my fixed cameras, right? So when an airplane goes around my fixed cameras, I can use UFODAP on that, and then it will zoom in on the fixed cameras, even though it's probably digital, and track it through your fixed thing, and then try to identify it. So you can use just any USB camera, point it towards an airport, and it should be able to tell you, reasonable amount of time, those are airplanes. And the software, how much does software cost? That's a good question. I'll show you that here in a sec. I gotta bring up a window for it. All right, let's figure this out. All right, we'll bring up more about UFODAP here in just a sec. Gotta get the screen size fixed. I need to go through this OBS more and learn how it works. I'll talk to Jedi Master Thomas Felser about this. He knows all the good tricks. I don't have any of the software. I just have the free stuff. So yeah, there we go. Software. All right, let's talk UFODAP software. This is the UFODAP website, so you just go UFODAP.com. Now, they have runs all kinds of stuff on here. He shows this is what I have on the roof, this system right here. This is what's up there running. He's got everything you need to know. This was a project I think Chris O'Brien started, and he worked with a lot of other people. All these projects that you see, like SkyHub and all this stuff, this is all like a mutual type of looking at what that guy's doing, and it's like Avi Loeb is reinventing all this stuff. Everything he's trying to do, Ron already did. So Ron is miles ahead of Avi. Avi has yet to show anything that works. This works not out of the box. You got to get it tweaking, but once you get it up like me, that sounded weird. Once you get the thing running like I have, then you're good to go. What's cool about the camera is it rotates inside, so this is all kind of sealed, but there's different stuff. So they have the different project sites. So this will show you, this is how many UFO DAPs are out there. So 42 of these are out there, and these are the locations where they're at. Not exact, but approximate. And that's Ron, and he shows the tracking a plane, and I haven't gotten it to show where it's heading, because this is cool. It's tracking this plane, and then it's showing where it's heading or something like that, and it tracks it behind a tree. It's pretty impressive. So he's got the software here, and this is what I'm running. But see, it doesn't have the arrow buttons going to the side because he hasn't updated. So now that he's updated the software, he's got to go update all this stuff on the website. And it shows you kind of what the stuff does. So here's like a touring configuration. And anyway, you can go here and read all this stuff. Research and development, that's the spectral filter that I don't have. He's got other weather stuff. PTZs he's working on with SLR cameras. I mean, this guy's a go-getter. Why the hell is he not part of the Galileo project? I don't know. It's insane. Downloads. Come to downloads. This is how you install it. You can look at this user guide. It's dozens and hundreds of pages. All the documentation you need on it is here. There's different configurations you can use. See, I wouldn't use this configuration because if it spins around, these get in the way of filming. So you want to have your antenna away from the camera system. There's a fixed camera location. So there's a lot of stuff on here you can do. As far as how much it costs, let's look at that. So you go to this website, which is a separate website. This is where you get the good stuff. So they have complete. Let's look at the software. So this is what I'm using, guys. I'm using this optical tracking software. And, God, I don't know if you can see this. Let's do something about that, Thomas. No, I failed. No, I did it. You ain't me. No? Okay. So the software here is $95. And this is the one that will record stuff from your camera. You can bound the box. Anything goes in, it records. If it has a PTZ and the proper drivers, this will take control of your pan and tilt. It will go left, right, up, down, and zoom in. Pretty incredible. This is something I didn't have like 15 Sundays ago, right? Mission control. Now, mission control is to show you different DAUs hooked up. So you can have different cameras hooked up to one software. If you buy the software once, you can use it over and over and over and over on different computers, right? You can use this over and over on the same computer to track different shit. So this is what SkyHub, I don't know how SkyHub worked, but they need to work like this. This is good. This works. It takes it does take about a month to get the software. You get instantly, but if you buy a system, it might take a month because Ron has to assemble it. So here's all the stuff about the Raspberry Pi and the different sensors. There's also some little joysticks in here you can control this thing with. It's weatherproof, comes in a weatherproof box, got a gyroscope, a accelerometer, magnetometer, barometer, temperature sensor, and a humidity gauge. So that's about $1,000 for the box. There's different configurations, different mounts you can get. So you can buy, if you already have a camera, you can just get that if you want, to get that. If you want to get that stuff, you don't have to. You don't have to get mission control in that. You can just run the camera, right? So here's what I did on systems. I got this system. So this is what's running on the roof. And this is, let's see. I'm not sure what this one is. Maybe I got that one. It's one of these two. Here's a fixed camera, right? So I have tons of these cameras all over the house, watching the door and whatnot. And yeah, these fixed cameras, if you get the right ones, are tanks. They can sit out in the Phoenix heat. You could probably shoot this motherfucker with a flamethrower, right? Pour gasoline on the son of a bitch and burn it for an hour. Still work. This one? Nah, probably not. This is 2 UFODAPs. So you can get, and people buy 2 of them. I was thinking about getting another one, like I was telling you. I'm probably going to come back and, get some more money and buy another one. So single cost ones. If you just want to watch an area, right? You probably get a cheaper camera than this. I don't know what system this is working here. Oh, okay. So you get a PO injector and you hook that up to the router. And yeah, you would control this with the UTE DAU software. So I was pretty green when I got into this. I'm learning a lot more, and the more I learn about this, the more I like it. So that's your system right there. So it was like, for me, like $200 for just under $200 for the software. I got maybe $2,400 into the UFODAP system, and the Lorex. You're probably gonna wonder what that costs. The Lorex camera was $1,000 for the dome. All these domes that are really good are about $500 to $1,000. And then the DVR that it talks to with the 1 terabyte thing, it was a specific one I had to get. I already have one for the other 9 cameras. So I got that from Costco, but it wouldn't work. It skipped. It talked to the camera, recognized the IP, but it skipped. Like maybe it could only do 30 frames a second, because I know this 4K one is pushing 60 frames a second on it. It's got a hell of a picture. So that's the software. And let's go back and see what the Lorex camera's seeing. It's not fixed on shit right now. I'm going to get this guy looking up. Skywatching is always more fun with people. Sometimes even beer. But then, then you end up screwing up the Skywatch. For me, it's just coffee man now. Coffee and green tea. So yeah, I would do a grid pattern like this sometimes, like going up, now go over 1 screen, now go up 5 screens. Like if you were to do 5 of these screens, grid search, now go over a screen, now go down 5 screens. When I lose a UIP, this is a typical grid search I do. And then I go over this way a screen, then go up 3 screens, then over 5 screens. And start doing a crosshatch. Up a screen, over 5 screens. When I lose a UIP, I'll do a crosshatch search config of about a 5x5 screen pattern. Ever think of that? We don't really get, Mr. Bubble, we don't really get police helicopters over in Gilbert. That's downtown Phoenix, Downtown Phoenix, they got the landing pads over down some places around there. There's, I think, 4 or 5 police helicopters here. Huh. Oh, well, we got something. Red alert. We caught something on Lord. 2:45. Mark the time. That's something moving against the goddamn wind. God damn it. Do I got to do that search pattern now? God, don't lose me, you little... Fuck. We had something. It might have been Saturn. God damn it. Fuck. Man, I had that thing, and I fucked it up. Oh well. Easy come, easy go. So it was going. Let's do the search pattern. It's out here. I just gotta go find it. And this is the finder cam. I'm gonna look around until I get that son of a bitch. This is called looking hard. When you're looking and taking a goddamn good look, and you're looking at every crack and every dumpster this thing could hide in. And then let's do a station identification. What direction am I even pointing in? Nah, I'm pointing north. Doesn't matter, I'm turning in circles. Damn it. What time did that happen? It happened at 2:45, so is this something white phosphorus moving against the wind or something? Can't believe I freaking lost it. Oh, I guess I can. Shit. Usually I just try to find a nice spot and just wait for it to drop in. Like, it just flies across the screen. If that was Saturn, it should show back up in the same spot. UFODAP's cool because it has the heads-up stuff, so it shows you exactly where you were filming. If you can look at that and glance and remember that, and then go back. Put that thing over here while we're talking about it. Oh, let's do a folder check. How many folders do we got on this? Fucking UFOs are flying around. I'm looking at folders. Quite a few. Holy shit. Unknown. 31% foliage. Let's see what the map got. Oh wow. See, are you going to look through all these? That's 70 folders, and I've only been doing this for 4 or 5 hours now. Let's transition UFODAP back. Oh, that's got to stop. That thing's going crazy over there filming fucking planes. All right, now this thing, workhorse, you go to work. You film these goddamn things. Why aren't you moving? Oh, wrong screen. Oh. Shit. When you move in, this thing moves real slow. Fuck it. We're gonna look at that. We got 12. 12's a good zoom. You don't want to zoom in too far, because then you're looking through a straw. I recommend like a 12 to 16 zoom, and this thing will automatically zoom in and let it handle it from there. It's nice now having this dome, because I got like another set of eyes. 3 domes, I'd be able to cover a good swath of the area. Watch a lot of these UFO shows, and I wonder, why are these people even on TV? They don't know what the hell they're talking about. They haven't seen a UFO. I don't even know what one looks like. All these so-called freaking experts. Yeah, this area over here is constantly doing feedback. It's constantly monitoring this stuff. I gotta ask, what more would anybody want Ron Ulch to program into a system like this? I mean, you want it to be better so it doesn't record false things, like it probably just did. But at least it's doing something. So analyze that. It's unknown. How are you going to analyze a cloud? That's a big one. How do you look at a cloud and then you know it's a cloud? Because yeah, it's like it's freaking out in these clouds. This, to me, is like eyes in the back of my head kind of feeling. Like, the Lorex is cool. And, for me, the $1,000 investment paid for itself by just getting a couple of UAPs and going, look, they're flying above the goddamn clouds. And then the next day, it was reported to ATC from these planes about 30 miles south of me saw something at 20 or 30,000 feet flying above them. And then another plane came in and they said, we saw it too. So they wondered, is it a Google balloon or is it this shit I'm filming? Filming some of these things above the clouds with these Lorex cameras. And then when you see it and you go, okay, this was up there. This isn't some balloon. This is something cruising up there. This scientific tools is worth it because we hit a little bit of pay dirt with it. Keep studying. I'm definitely going to get another UFODAP. These things are like UFO crack. Imagine having a telescope pointed at Area 51. It's looking like 22, 27 miles away. And this thing is watching it. And then it's communicating with Starlink and it's updating live their base. All the time. And if you didn't put it on the internet so people could go hike and find it, and you kept the shit to yourself, they would never know. There's so many mountains surrounding that place. This freaking Lorex camera is just a tank. I can point this thing right in the sun, and I've burnt out cameras in the sun, but not Lori. This work tonight when the sun goes down. This will be a nice red sunset. Again, when I went to Hawaii, this guy goes, in Kauai, goes, "You like this sunset? You ever seen a sunset like that before in your life?" And I go, "Yeah, every night." In Arizona, we have these red sunsets that are pretty killer. And Rhonda elbows me like, "Tom, shut up! You don't say that. You say, yeah, it's the most beautiful sunset I've ever seen." I goof found it. I dicked him. Come on, Tim. I'm going to call Tim Senior so we can get a sighting. You know, a lot of those shows on TV are rigged. Those treasure hunters and all that stuff. A lot of money goes to those people, and it's not even real. Where they tell you they film stuff, they're filming it somewhere else. Just like a movie where they film the outside of a building, and they show a high-rise, and then they show somebody walking in a door. But that's not the door of the high-rise. That's just some door of some local Ramada they filmed in or something. But to put the money on the screen, they show like some high-rise or something. And you know, suspend belief and think, oh, this person walked in this high-rise. And now they're in the elevator going up to the top floor. Nope, filmed in a hotel. UFO stuff on TV is the same way. A lot of it's fake like that. And then you get your feet muddy if you participate in fake stuff. And later it comes out. The whole thing was bogus. This is my winner. This Lorex. So, if I just bought the UFODAP, this is what today's good video is good for, because we're pushing now. We did the educational video. So if you want to learn how both cameras work, go back to 10:30. Within an hour, I go into a breakdown of the Lorex 4K camera, and then go into all the menus of the software, the UFODAP. Now, if I just bought the UFODAP and had no knowledge of the 4K Lorex and how it worked, I just think the UFODAP's the best. It's the end-all be-all. It's really good. The weakness is the camera's HD, and it's hard to measure up to a 4K color night vision camera like the Lorex. So the idea situation would be to run UFODAP with the Lorex and add that. So I already have the Lorex right. So the goal here is in the future. Let's bring up wide angle here. Is add the Lorex here. So over here in mission control, we'd have a DAU for the Lorex. So you only need like one weather station. That's that's a shitty name for it, but that's kind of what I've been calling one of these. So you only need one of the Raspberry Pi deals. You can get two to confirm stuff if you're going to do the RF stuff, but I'm not too into that. More into, you know, just the basics that's going to give you. So the more cameras you add here, so if Ron can get the drivers for the Lorex, then this software can control the pan, tilt, zoom of that. And then I have a second Lorex, so we can have two of these things. And I just go insane with all these screens to control and all these cameras. This fishing. Holy shit, what the fuck are these blue things? United Airlines. Big money. Oh, come on, is that damn helicopter again? I want to take you for your Airbus helicopter. 1,800 feet. That guy again. What the fuck? He flew out here. What the? Cirrus SF-50 bitch. He flew all the way out here to do a loop over my fucking house and turn around. Where the fuck is this guy? Let's get him. We'll find that plane. See, this is fun to hunt. Find a plane, pull him out of the sky. He's directly behind us, I think, over here. Should be approximately right there. Damn, it's gonna be hard. Who's this guy at? Shit, so he's gonna have to be south. What's he at? Oh, he's wait, he must have landed. Calibrated altitude at 30. Yeah, okay, he's on the ground. Shit, I can't find him. He's landed. Wow, fuck that one up. Chris, when's my next show? Frick, I don't know. Hey, Sash. Good to meet you. Probably we'll do Thomas Fessler soon. Before I do another Skywatch. He's a buddy of mine. Love that guy. I've met so many friends because of Dave Aldman. I met him, Corey Feldman, a lot of cool people. The next show, like when I'm going to do a Skywatch like this, real soon. Next time I'm going to hook up everything over there, which is not much. It's a couple of static cameras, but it's mostly, most of those cameras are like home surveillance. So I got one that looks up. If I have one that looks down on the property, I have one that looks up. So I got north-south. Well, I have weak spots in north-south, but I'm going to fill those. So I'm going to have north-south, east-west, then 3 domes. So the whole fucking area, 25 miles circumference at night. This works. My friend Armando called me, and he's like, Tom, he lives, pretty close. He's like, Tom, I saw something. It looked like a second moon. So I looked at it, and I'm like, wow, that's really out of focus. I said, this looks like a beam that shot up, like those car advertising lights. So I said, what time did this happen? So he told me the time. He was out walking, and he had a video of it, so you can get the metadata out of that. So I go to my camera system over there, and this has all. It's like got my cars, and you walk up to the house. This is cool if somebody's going to steal packages. They ain't stealing none of my fucking packages. And then I have a south camera, which is actually east. And this camera. So this camera, I went to and I found the area at like 8:30, and I found a spotlight going right up, and then a thunderstorm came in and solved it. So anything that happens at night, I can kind of get it with depending on the domes and stuff, I can get it with some of this stuff. But I'm adding more cameras for the weak spots or any loose spots. When am I going to do this again? Probably within a week or two. A lot of it's up to my wife. How is she feeling? How is she doing? And she's having a real bad time, but she's feeling a little bit more normal. So a lot of it's around her schedule. This is all about her, not about me. But I'm supposed to be doing this. This is what I've been put here to do, and I ain't gonna quit. Where are we at here? I gotta fix this mic. So hold on. These stupid fucking. What better hit? Fucking shit. Oops. I turned it on. Here we go. So yeah, another thing that's cool is I'm adding this to our mix. I haven't hooked this up. So this I'm hoping to do on the next Skywatch. I didn't want to bite off more than I can chew. I already got too many freaking cameras. And all this shit. So what this is this is an HDMI switcher. Didn't cost very much. So how this works is you plug this puppy in. And shit. Why does this not lock? So much for the Amazon stuff. So anyway, it is 4 ports. So is a port in and a port out. So what's this good for? Well, when you're doing an OBS studio like this, oh fuck. What's that? Go Fast just flew by, and well, can't win them all. Real hard. That thing's real hard to get. It might have been Go Fast. Ooh, what? Come on, motherfucker. Come on. Zoom. Could have been airborne clutter. You got to know the difference. You got to know the difference between crap and real stuff, because there's a lot of clutter flying around, especially when you're looking at the sun. Anyway, what this is for is the beast. So all these screens here are all, plugged into whatever, usually a computer or a laptop or something. So what happens is the beast goes outside, and that's a pan tilt system that has a huge payload on it. In addition to all this stuff out here, that's a whole different system. This is a weatherproof system. The beast is not weatherproof. The beast is those cameras I unboxed. You can't have those sit outside 24/7. They'll get destroyed from the elements. So they sit outside on a PTZ, and then this big snake comes in, and boom, input, thermal, night vision, Panasonic, or one other. So 4 of these come in, and then 4 of these go back out to the screen so I can see what's on the beast. Then I plug this into the OBS studio thingy, and I could output one of them out to the OBS through a capture card over there. And then I can hit a button and say, I want to now see on that channel the thermal. Hit a button. Now I want to go to this one. Now I want to go to this one. Now I want to go to this one. So this enables 4 different cameras to be streamed into one capture card. So then I can flip from any of the beast cameras over to Dome 1, over to UFO, whatever, more stuff. And it becomes a nightmare to hook up, because you got to hook up all those damn cameras. You have to calibrate them on something so they're all looking. I have a laser scope on there. That's everything. It takes like 90 minutes to get it up and running before you can even get this. And then this works with the other cameras. So I got a hell of a system. This is a 2 or 3 man operation now. This is really hard to do by myself. I got droids to build too. So that's what's coming next. That's what when I do another Skywatch, I'm hoping to have the beast hooked up, and then we will be doing some thermal. The thermal camera I bought so we can stream live on the internet. Not that good of a thermal, $5,000 camera, but it's thermal, and we could use the night vision at night. So we're gonna hook that up. I need to get those cameras ready. I'm going to take a break and get some more stuff. And then I'll bring in the one of the night vision cameras and show you that. That thing's sweet. This came out of a tank. It's almost the Gen 3 night vision. So we're going to cut over to Lorex, and I'm going to do a bio break for a minute and be right back. Anybody see anything? I'm making some tea. Let's turn on. That's the UFO. Yeah, so this is like the honeymoon of the UFODAP. You just don't set this up and then just, you know, like Abby. We will set this up and I'll have UAP in 2-3 weeks. Ha! Good luck, buddy. I see, you know, when Abby shut down, and he did, when he shat, because he shat on, he Williams shattered on the report from the Ukraine. Like, so I heard somebody drive like 6 hours to his house and told him to Deep Six a report. Well, you've been compromised. If somebody drive 6 hours, that's like somebody driving from Los Angeles to Phoenix to give me some tips. No, you just, I don't know anymore. But we can tell that he thinks UAPs have to turn into fireballs when they enter the atmosphere. He's never even studied the Nimitz case. This guy's a rookie. He's never been fishing before, that's for sure. Not for this. This is that guy's, you can tell Abby's first time at the UFO rodeo. Hello? Hello?
Evening, this is Joe calling for the Police Officers Support Association.
Oh,
Sir, the reason for the recorded call is that the 527 PAC, which supports the rights of police officers and the citizens they serve, will be sending a pledge kit to all supporting residents. The goal of the drive is to support legislators who will work to keep our community safe, as well as support assistance to families of officers killed or injured in the line of duty. So, sir, when you receive your receipt and return envelope, get a PAC count of your one-time small support.
A friend of mine, her husband got killed in the line of duty a year ago, 2 years ago, as Tempe police officers shot doing a drug intervention. And we are supporting them and his foundation. Thank you for calling, and have a good Friday to you, whatever you're doing.
Okay?
Fucking scam. All right. I just saw something fly by. This camera. What am I doing here? I'll bring up the control. It's long gone. It looked like a brown thing. Anybody see that? But this thing's on freak out. It's on freak out mode because it's on mission control and we are running a system. So it's looking this way, and anything that gets into, well, that's mission control, so over the DAP. So the DAP software here, it's like, what is this stuff? Let's see what we're doing here. Looks like we're recording a lot of nothing, but something flew by. Hey, Dry Toast, how you doing? No, I was, what was I doing? I was getting this hot tea. There goes a plane. I think something might be going on. Let's hook back up to Lori. That's her Lorex system. That's her best shot. Let's see what's going on here. Good place to Skywatch is usually directly above you. Oh, we're gonna have a beautiful sunset tonight. It's 6 o'clock for about 3 hours. There's the Lorex. Yeah, I have to grab that because a storm's gonna come in tonight, and it might blow that down. So I'm gonna have to grab that off the roof. So it's not up there permanently yet. This is a simulation of when I finally get this goddamn thing mounted, good up there, then I'll be able to just turn this on, do broadcast after broadcast after broadcast. But that's going to be a while, so I want to see how is this going to look. So that's what we're doing today. So this is good inspiration to get out there and rip the house apart and redo it. So this is sweet. So when I get the beast on here, this OBS is going to be out of control. I can't imagine what Thomas Felser's running on his system. But we got to get something good on Lori. Sometimes I get why he has all those weird. All right, we're looking right in the sun. And let's go check those clouds out right above the sun. And see if it because here's a trick. It's going to show bugs and clutter, but this is also going to backlight anything fucking that's just hovering up there. Seen a lot of weird stuff doing this technique. Just stuff just parked. Bubble, that was the second scam call that happened since I've done the Skywatch. The other one hung up on me because they wouldn't sell me a fucking car warranty. I love toying with those people. You come up with new material. I wasn't joking though. That actually happened to my wife, her boss. Oh yeah, here it's clutter. Her boss, Tempe police officer, and went over to a drug intervention thing, and I think Buckeye, and gunfight came out. They got shot in the face. And it was her son. That was real hard. Real hard. It was like a huge funeral for that guy. No, he was, I guess, one of the good cops out there doing whatever, and then just like that. You know, most of the time nothing's going to happen, but then you get those few times some fucking asshole jumps and shoots you. We're going to find something. I had that one going kind of slow. I've seen some stuff up here. These are good clouds to hunt in, because see how the autofocus stays in? It's got something for this camera, this Lorex, to lock on. So I like clouds because it can lock on these clouds and then keep the damn focus in. If it's a blue sky, it starts hunting. Is this in focus? Where's something to focus on? This is an excellent camera if you're actually using it, pointing it down, looking at people. But doing what I'm trying to do, attach it to UFO fishing, is a little different. But nonetheless, it works. Here we're going to go do up at Hokey Pokey. See what we got. There's going to probably be some storm clouds coming in. What was that? And yeah, you could watch lightning stuff with this, you know. And when storms and monsoons come in, I just put the dome, the 4K, this one. Yeah, I see the dust storms coming in. It's kind of cool. Ultimately, you're going to get into animals and weather and stuff sky watching. A cool trick, you got to learn this when you're sky watching, is if something's flying over your head, and say it's going to go up like this, it's flying up, and then you hit the absolute pivot, then you got to be able to go down and keep tracking it, you know. Because if you go up, you got to be able to turn, and then do an entire 180 like that, and then I was too far, because if it's going in a straight line over you, you got to be able to turn, do a half, stop, and go down and keep tracking it. So that's something to do with planes. And experiment, get good at it, because when a UAP hits, you want to be able to handle that thing like a boss. And if it moves around just weird stuff like this, you want to be able to figure out, well, how do I track it? Because you've been waiting for hours for it to bite, and then you lost your fish, like I did earlier. Only a few seconds on that one. There's some at 2:45, and some other people saw some stuff. Oh, something there. Yeah, this is, it's hard to hunt these things. I mean, it's not easy to just come up with this video. You guys can tell, watching me just going around looking, that to get a goddamn good video is freaking hard. So I don't get these people think they're just going to build the shit and it shows up, voila. There's a harsh reality coming for them. Nope. See, is UFODAP still running, or has it crashed? No, it's running. Cool. Not ready to record. Why? Recording snapped out. Oh, I gotcha. Close. Should be ready to record. There we go. I gotta babysit this stuff. The software, this UFODAP stuff's cool, but it's a huge science instrument. So it's like you got to learn how it works. It's going to be different no matter who or where you're going to use it. Like if you had this on a ship at sea, fuck, it'd be recording all kinds of stuff probably. There's one of these on the Catalina Islands. There's one of these apparently at Skinwalker Ranch, but that's Skinwalker Ranch, Arizona, not Skinwalker Ranch, Utah. There's a difference I found out. All right. This is raking. When you can go from the center and do a you get dizzy, and do a spiral outward, and then you go down there, then spiral outward, and then you slowly do a spiral outward until you've scanned the area, see if anything's there. Then you can throw up too. This stuff can make you get dizzy for sure. I need to work on these two night vision devices here. This one, I took the switch out. God damn, I got switches. I needed it for the droid. I have so many to buy switches, but anyway, it needs a switch. Then the night vision will turn on. And this is an aluminum tube that I ordered from Online Metals that this thing fits into, and these are just some braces for camera holders that happen to hold the tube. That's the night vision tube there, and this is just a SLR Phobos thing. Never put a laser in those; you'll burn that out. And this will go on the Beast. This is a night vision device. One of 5. This is another one. Same deal. So you can interchange these lenses. I built all of them so they can interchange lenses. They can have long lenses. I practice with this with I think a 300 millimeter lens is about all you can do. When you do a 600 millimeter lens with this, it's too far. You know, you're too telescoped in. So I got 5 of these puppies. This one has a switch, and this one glows in the dark. So when you put sunlight on this, then shut off all the lights. This is probably my favorite one. Then you get night vision right there. So that's night vision of all this. Plus, this glows in the dark. So both of these weigh 12.5 pounds each when they're loaded. And so this is 25 pounds of payload, and the Beast just handles this like nothing. In between this is thermal. So I want to get that on the Beast for a night shoot. So to do that, I need to probably just Velcro this down. I wanted to do something without, I 3D printed the top. These top pieces are custom made by me and 3D printed to fit. But I didn't want to do that with this. I wanted to like maybe just consolidate the wires, hide this under there, and then just have a switch on the side like that. This is a simple on and off switch with a couple of AA's. Now the deal back here is this is where you mount the camera. So I built this bar, this aluminum bar, and you just drill some holes, and I 3D printed a little block, and then the camera aims in there, and it shoots what this sees, and then the camera streams back live to one of these TVs. So we have a night vision there, a night vision here, a thermal there, a color here, maybe a P1000 up there. That would be like the Beast filming at night, plus the 2 films. So that's what's coming up in a future live Skywatch. It's more in focus. Fuck. Got a video or two coming up. All right, take a break from this. This is kind of intense with all these cameras and the 4 or 5 people watching. Let's watch some videos. I got lots of videos. And might as well go to the one that I'll be known best for. And I think it's this one. We'll find out.
And up then, back in those days, when they came to Dexter, Michigan, which is my little
I
hometown.
gotta cut it first. I just remember that. I did a video in an hour.
Reason. And up then, back in those days, when he came to
Shit, that's
Dexter,
small. I gotta
Michigan,
make this
which is
bigger.
my little hometown, he came up with a conclusion that what these people were seeing was swamp gas. That,
There we go.
you know, this methane
Oh,
gas just rises up.
Yeah.
But it does look like a passenger jet.
I'm gonna play a video. I had this
Reason. And up then, back in those days,
yeah,
when he came to
a minute here, I'm
Dexter,
gonna play a
Michigan,
video
which
that I
is my
shot at
little
Phoenix Lights.
hometown, he
but I am out of
my green tea. So we need to get some cold tea. So I'll be right back. And then we'll play some old videos. Liven this up, have some fun. But watch the UFO Terminator in the meantime. It's about a year ago. I think it was January, maybe February, March 22 or 2022. It was before March. But anyway, I took the original tape
that I shot of the Phoenix Lights. And I wanted to have somebody else have a shot at it, to just digitize it with professional gear. Right. Because I did it with a Super VHS professional VHS player. I've had it done at Village Labs. It's been done from 3/4 beta and over. And I have a bunch of second and third generation deteriorated copies. And none of them I'm really pleased with, because TV shows ask for copies all the time. So I thought, we're going to take the master, and I'm going to find a place that can do this. So the place I found is over in Mesa. So I thought, okay, this is going to be like a cool, slick shop, you know. So I walk in this place, and I think it's over off Lindsay and Southern. You can Google it if you're local. And they do all the transfer stuff, and they're in like a strip mall. And they're like, okay, you drop off the tape, and then we'll call you back in like 2-3 weeks. And I'm like, you're that goddamn busy? There's that many people out there? There's only like 5 places that do this in the Phoenix Valley. So, 3 weeks? Really? And I said, I have a rush job, because I wanted this done before March 13th. So I knew it was like February or January. And anyway, they said, okay, a rush job's an extra $10. And I'm like, oh, that'll set me back. So, okay, $10. So I said, I'm coming down there right now. And they're like, oh, now? I said, well, it's a rush job. Are you ready or not? Oh, yeah, we're ready. So I drive over there. I drive in inspecting this professional operation, and it's next to this rundown karate shop or something like that. And it's real strange. I go in there, and there's like 3 people, and it looks like a set from Better Call Saul. Something's weird here. Thought I see professional equipment, just stuff that you'd have laying around, your old VCR, your old player, little of this, little of that. All stuff that like they probably got off eBay, just old stuff in the 90s, old tape players, high tapes, this and that. Their stuff was shit. All their stuff was junk. Nothing was high end. I didn't see any Super VHS professional decks. Just VHS, JVC. This was hand-me-down stuff. You know, stuff people, you can go to Goodwill and buy some of these, and then you can do a transfer place. So anyway, I told him on the phone, I'm not letting this tape leave my sight. I'm not going to say my tape got lost by some, person over in Mesa. The master tape? No. I'm going to come in there. I'm going to watch you do this in front of me. And I said, okay. It'll be like, I think, $27 to do just that section, not the whole tape. So I wasn't sure where it was in the Super VHS Master, because I don't have a player here anymore. So anyway, the guy puts the tape in, and he hits some buttons, and nothing's moving. And he pulls the thing out of the VCR, and it ate the goddamn master tape. And I'm sitting there, stone cold, no emotion. Somehow I had held back that you just destroyed the master tape in front of me. And I didn't think I have to hold back so I don't do something nuts. He had no idea what he was dealing with, historically. And anyway, then he takes out a scissors and starts cutting shit up. And I'm thinking, you just cut up the freaking, probably the best part of the tape. You just ruined it. So what do you do with this? Oh, sorry, you just walk out and said some punk just ruined the footage. You're not going to believe this. Like the unboxing video, you have to have everything taped or no one will believe it. So he starts messing with the tape, and I know if you touch the tapes, you screw up magnetically the area where you touched them. You're supposed to use rubber gloves and take care, and then he taped the thing back together, puts the tape in, and then he starts rewinding it, and we're at the end. So he's rewinding it. I'm like, no, that's not there. Keep going. And then luckily, the part of the tape he ate was the end of the tape, because when I had these 500 tapes I digitized, in 2019, when I was at the end of the tape, I always fast forward to the end. Never to the beginning or to the money shot. Always to the end and then leave it. So that way, these old VCRs that eat your tape 8 static. So this is what happened, but I didn't know it at the time. And I got a new digital master, and we have that queued up. We're going to watch that next.
Reason. And up then, back in those days, when he came to Dexter, Michigan, which was my little hometown, he came up with a conclusion that what these people were seeing was swamp gas. That, you know, this methane gas just rises up.
But it does look like a passenger jet.
Oh, it's real orangey. What the heck is that?
It's late.
Wait a minute. This thing's... Okay, I'm going to do an out of focus on it now. Show how it gets big. Jesus Christ, it's some kind of spear or something.
Get in bed now.
Holy Christ. You guys, it is a big ball.
I know.
You can check out the TV right here. I guess not. No, I got to shoot it through this to get it right. It's the, Rhonda, it's the planet. It's the planet from Peoria. I've got this on tape already. Maybe the video's not getting it quite. You got it through that scope? Here, tape it. Tape it, because I'm setting up that scope, and we're going to find out exactly what this thing is. Oh, you'll see it through the scope in a minute. This thing, you can ID any plane in the sky. It doesn't. There you go.
I can't even see it.
Are you going to turn this light on? No, no.
It looks like it's going down behind the mountain, doesn't it?
Yeah. I can't see it. I don't know what I'm looking through with this thing.
Just go to a wide angle there.
I don't know what all the things on
down
this.
behind the top of the mountain.
You need to be taping this, Tom.
We might have to chase it.
Here. I can't get it, Tom.
Oh, thanks. See, it's going down. I can't see it now. You have to get up here. I'm shorter than you. I can't see it.
Is it gone?
No, the tripod's got to be up higher.
Yes, you go right here.
Here, you can stand,
Go right
stand
here,
on this.
on this chair.
I just got to ID this. No, tell me. Be careful. Come back here. Come back here. It's safer.
Tom, you don't want to fall.
It'll be worth it for this.
Oh, right. Oh, God. You don't do stuff at people's house. I don't want to look at it.
Once it went behind the mountain last night, it never came back though. Remember that?
Yeah, it just wants to come back.
Where's that mountain at?
First couple
Well,
nights.
it didn't go back
Not
behind
last
the
night,
mountain.
yeah.
Last night it went behind the mountain,
Yeah.
it didn't come back.
See,
But it was up.
you can't do that. Only experimental military helicopter.
Okay, so it
Which
could
I've
be
heard of.
military. Did you see it on there?
Yeah, I
When
got
you
it on
did
tape.
the way
I
it
did
looks?
both. I did the.
Got the scope?
Yeah, I got a laser scope on here too.
Okay, so you...
See that red dot? Anything that red dot hits getting picked
Now,
up
you
on
probably
video.
would get a better view on Pecos Road or at school,
Then
without
Pecos Road.
You just go out 40th here, and 40th jumps into Pecos Road, and it just goes right along the Indian reservation.
Oh, okay.
So it's real open. You know, you don't have to deal
Okay,
with
if you can
houses.
look at this, I'll show you the effect on the moon. Okay, there's the moon right there. I'll zoom in on it. Okay. It's a little overexposed. I gotta adjust it. Okay. It's close, but see, watch when I go out of focus.
Yeah, you get the Batman.
Yeah, the Batman. See, it gets bigger. And
Now that's
if
the
your
moon?
autofocus is jumping, yeah.
Yeah, he's just showing that.
Oh, okay. I see.
My thing's a little...
Are there two of them? And they're like side by side?
Yeah, and there's one of them looks square shaped.
What?
I don't know.
Never seen that. I know,
It's
but
because
we never-
he's doing it differently.
Wait a minute, what? Am I filming the house or the UFOs?
Can you find it?
Oh, that was a house, forget it.
It's not square.
Can you find it?
No, I'm
Let
off.
me see. I could print it.
Maybe you could zero it in on there.
Fireball.
Two of them side by side.
Yeah, it does
Maybe
look
that's
like
why
there's
it's so
two.
yellow when if there's the two of them make it.
This is the location. This is Steve right here. He's the one who kind of got it. There's Rhonda, pool, puppy. Let's get back to the saucer.
I don't know if I'm tall enough.
You want to lower it?
I need a chair.
I got another spotting scope somewhere here if somebody wants to look through that too. There's two side by side. This is slightly different.
There's another one. Oh, look. One, two. There's another
Wait,
one.
where?
Chimney. There's another one, too.
Where?
Oh,
Look at that.
there's another one.
No, we're just excited. We're not.
They keep coming. There's
Wait, I see. Whoa, look at them all.
I got that one on video.
There's just 4 of them. Look at there's 3 of them all together.
I got the third one popping in.
Over to your left.
There's one behind the chimney. One just flared up.
I got 4 of them. Major sighting here.
No, there's 5.
Oh!
Another one just showed up. They're multiplying.
Whoa!
Maybe somebody's setting up lights.
Did you see that?
No, those are in the sky.
There's one underneath the house, too.
There's one behind the chimney.
Look
We
it. Come
need to go to
over here.
Pecos.
I can't see how this works. How does this work?
Holy
Oh, you got it too
shit.
hot. Have you seen that before?
No.
That's weird.
They're lined up in a pattern, man. There's geometry behind this.
I can't even get this. I've never seen it. Look at that.
Man, this is...
What is this?
Let's see. Oh, there's 3 of them all lined up.
No,
4,
there's
Bill.
one
Bill, over here,
Come
there's
over
4.
Come look.
Yeah, I see. Over the top right now. I don't know, but I got it on tape.
They just appeared. They didn't even fly in.
What does it look like, Bill?
They just appeared. What do they look like in your camera?
They look like...
What do they look like? Is it like this sphere before?
Yeah, they're spears now.
Are they complete circles or cut
Yeah,
off?
they just transformed into circles right now, right as you were talking. Now they're not spears.
Well, see, the way we saw them.
Hey, Stephen Greer missed out, didn't he, Bill?
Have you guys seen this before?
Nope. This isn't first for me.
Anything like it?
I have similar video of this from other people.
See, that one's
You
drifting.
just see little orange things. That's the way we were seeing them. When you see them big,
You see a gyro.
they're big and they're moving and they have an eye to them.
Do you see an eye? Like a bullseye?
No.
Did you show them the tape already? Did you see the other tape? Yeah. You see the eye that was kind of...
This just looks like.
Out of focus here. We got major hockey puck activity.
What's that mean?
Hey, why don't you have
That's
audio
this
tape?
term.
Because
I
it-
don't have a tape in it.
I think the one on the left may split in half. It's
See, it's drifting down.
It seemed like the one on the right split there for a minute.
how many is there? I got 4.
Let me go look at the other side.
Then they just started going.
The other one faded away.
The other one went by.
Behind a tree.
4 appeared so fast.
I got 3 lined up.
What kind of mountain?
Oh no, I forgot to hit the record button.
There's only 3 and they're going down now.
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but we need the video camera to get like you have on Smith Curry.
I need to get a video tape.
Anybody got a still camera, 35 millimeter? Hey, look, the one in the middle's doing something. It's going out of alignment.
Yeah, it's going out of alignment.
It's dropping.
It should be changing.
The one on the left, did it drop off?
No, the one in the middle is dropping slightly, and it's the one on the right's blinking. No, that's because it's going behind a tree now. They're definitely moving.
Wait, where'd the other one go?
No, one is went behind a tree or something. The one on the right will be gone in a minute as soon as it goes behind something. Yeah, let's go in a minute here. Okay, number 2. We're down to one. It's winking out or something. Since shot of city lights.
You could go up on top of the mountain and look at this side.
Oh yeah.
That's where we could see it from too.
Yep, that was then. That was a whole different era back then. Our Bell said that was the second biggest case after Roswell at the time. Maybe he's right. Who knows? Other cases have came along. I don't know if anything. Doesn't really matter how big it is. How much evidence. I think bigger cases came along. I think the Nimitz case is bigger. It's better. Has more evidence. Has like all the observables, everything on that one. I think it supersedes, obviously, what happened with the Phoenix Lights. More, well, not more witnesses, but the level of evidence is much better. But the Phoenix Lights, we mainly, it's mainly eyewitness evidence. We have the 4 videos that were shot at 10 o'clock. There was one shot at 8:30. The guy at 8:30 also shot the 10 o'clock video. That was Terry Proctor. He immediately after the sighting said, I don't know what the 8:30 thing was. I think it was the pilot himself. So filming that from the ground, he didn't know what it was. I think he filmed it at like 8:28 because there was like logs of his cell phone and timestamps and stuff. So that was like a timestamp where they knew it was over Carefree, but it was over actually the valley at 8:30. So the little pebbles along the way where it was tracked, the flight path. He immediately said that the 10 p.m. stuff was flares because he'd been watching that for months. For months he was watching these orange objects going on since January. He was filming them, and he has some videos of that are online. This is what Steve Blonder picked up on a few days before, March 10th, 11th, and 12th. He was filming these orange objects from Ahwatukee. And how I got involved was before that, on March 10th, Steve Blonder lives in Ahwatukee. He was seeing from his balcony these orange lights. And he got on the internet, and back then he got on this online bulletin board or something, or there's an email list called UFO Updates. And he says, anybody in the Phoenix area, UFO investigators, I want to know what these orange thing was last night. So this trickled back a day or so later to Bill Hamilton, who was a UFO researcher that lived up in Paradise Valley, and I got to know him. He had written a few books. He was real big on the underground base scene, of underground base books. He's got a book called Alien Magic. That's a pretty good read. And anyway, they said, get a hold of Bill Hamilton. So then he seen him the next night, on Tuesday. He recorded these each night. And then he said, well, come over here between 8 and 10, you'll see these objects. And so Bill called me, he said, Tom, bring me your stuff. There's somebody in Ahwatukee says he's filming these orange UFOs every night. So that's cool. That's the type of stuff I'm interested in. Let's, go out in the field, go over to somebody's house and investigate it. I had a pretty good camera at the time. I just had upgraded from a VHS to the Super VHS. That was like a $700 camera I bought used. It was a news style type camera. When I walked around, people thought that was a news camera. So anyway, well, it wasn't. It was semi-pro. So I brought that. I brought a 500 millimeter telescope. I think a spotting scope. I don't know if I had a 35 millimeter camera at the time. A tripod. And I had it in a camera box. And we went to Village Labs, and Stephen Greer was there that night copying videotapes and using the VCRs, because Jim had, like, not a beta, but he had some pretty good professional level, professional SVHS and stuff, transfer stuff. So if you need a good transfer, and good transfers are needed because this stuff went directly to television networks, the news, all over the place. They didn't want a crap VCR, second generation copy. They want something done pro. So we were there, and then I think I remember we went out to dinner at, like, Village Inn with Stephen Greer, and he had his muscle shirt on and whatever. We asked him if he wanted to go with, said, hey, this guy's guaranteeing you're going to see a UFO from 8 to 10. And he's like, nah, that's okay. Anyway, we left. And I remember we were in my wife's Civic, and we were driving down 10 from, like, Southern. And Bill Hamilton rolled down the window. He goes, woo, I love field investigations. Because he was a field investigator. He used to teach MUFON field investigation classes in L.A. And I think he was the assistant state director of MUFON at the time in 97. We were driving there, and we were looking out the window, and it was about 9 o'clock. So when we were in that Village Inn, the boomerang flew over. We had no idea that happened, but it flew over. We were out for the 8 to 10. We didn't know that there was these alien invasion type thing was moving in. And we arrived at Steve Blonder's house, and he's like, you missed it. And we're like, when we got there, the door was open. People were walking in and out. And this, he's like, he's in his, I think his 30s. Whoa, what's that? Oh, that's a jet. Whoa, what's that thing behind it? Well, it's maybe clutter. I think we got to dust up. Okay, anyway. I got something on the other monitor. I always got something on these monitors. Anyway, these people going in and out like this was a party from, a frat era. It's like, what the hell? And they're all excited. They're seeing these UFOs. So they had seen 3, I think we documented, events before that. So there were 5 events that happened from his balcony. So the response here, the point of the story, if someone's ever going to cut this section out of this video, is they did not drop the flares in response to the boomerang flying over. That was going to happen. These drops were going on anyway. They started before the boomerang even entered Arizona. So before that boomerang left Henderson and was heading into Arizona, they were dropping those damn flares. That was a coincidence. So they had 5 flare drops at least that night. And what's crazy is if you recreate the flight with Microsoft Flight Simulator and you leave that area at night, I did that once, and I could do a video of that. That'd be cool. It's rainy, and if you're at 2,000 feet, if you could program this in with those flares up in the sky, this boomerang would have seen those flares. Because you can see them for 80 miles out. So by the time this thing even got to Prescott, it would see those orange orbs. And it was orange itself. 5 orange lights. So mega confusion went on. Even if the boomerang didn't fly at all those videos, the 5 videos I shot and all the 4 at 10, that still would have been on the news. Would have took a while, would have got debunked, and it would have been case over with maybe in about 3 months. But since the boomerang was there, and it happened to in the same night within 90 minutes, within even 60 miles of where they dropped those flares, 2 sightings were put together. It became a mega sighting. Huge boomerang, videos that look like a boomerang, hell of a lot of confusion. At least 10,000 people saw that boomerang, but only a few hundred people, maybe even less than 1,000, saw the 10 p.m. event. But there were more events at 10. Like at 10, when I was filming the stuff that we just watched, Trig Johnson was over. He's a pilot. I think he was a captain in the Southwest. But anyway, he was on the ground with his 2 sons. Over in Scottsdale Road, 10 o'clock, he saw a huge mile-long disc-looking thing, maybe another boomerang, going down Scottsdale Road. Okay, the boomerang from 8:30 was about a 700-foot object. It was smaller, but that was by 10 o'clock. That was already here and gone. It hit Tucson around 9 something. So that's another big boomerang. And then also at 10 o'clock, Bill Greiner was seeing these 2 orange orbs over Luke Air Force Base area. He was driving a cement truck down from 17. So as you come down that slope, because it's elevated, everybody in Phoenix area knows what I'm talking about. You're at a higher elevation, so you can see things that people in the valley can't see because of your elevation. And he was watching these orange orbs, and when he got there, he said they were the size of hot air balloons that were internally lit, huge. He said these jets took off from Luke. They went right after him with the afterburners on, and these things shot straight up. That all happened while I was videotaping that. So that thing from Malatuki. But I didn't see. I looked around. I didn't see 2 orbs. I didn't see that. I didn't see what the big disc that Trig Johnson did, and he didn't see the stuff that we shot. Why? Why did some people just see one event, and they didn't see all 3 of these? But there were 3 events going on at 10 o'clock alone. So that is just 2 events. Like people say the 8:30 and the 10. Hell, there were 3 alone at 10. Then even possible. It's even possible if you look at the UFO Reporting Center, they talk about a crash over in the White Tank Mountains. Husband and wife talked about something had hit the White Tanks and it was on fire. And there were Army vehicles or something going up to basically check it out. Look at the UFO Reporting Center. Don't take my word for it. Read that yourself. So we got a problem here. It's Lori. Now, these are great cameras. I mean, that weatherproof. It can survive the heat. Survive the Phoenix heat out here. You just got to clean them off every now and then. Maybe you should. Let's get back to skywatching. It's enough storytelling time. See this right here. This would be like racetrack pattern. So this is why I believe that Lieutenant Ryan Graves, when he's talking about racetrack patterns, this is it. He's kind of in a holding position. You probably I wish we could flip this on 3D. We probably could, and track the altitude going up and down. But yeah, these so. I recorded UAPs doing this, doing these half circles, going this way, doing a half circle, right? It's almost like it's doing surveillance. Like it did a half circle, because it's not doing these half circles down. It's doing them horizontally. So it's staying at, say, 5,000 feet and going this way, and then it would drop this way, and then do another U, and then go like that, almost like, so ain't no fucking bird doing that shit. It's like a drone or something is doing these type patterns. So you got to recognize the data inside of some of these captures if they're good. Another one. This is just, not too far from where I'm at. There's a tree or 2 blocking me, or otherwise I'd be able to record all this stuff. So, what do we got here? This isn't set right. I don't like this run. Let's see.
Let's see, the touring system. We can do this. Let's see. Let's load a preset. So I already did a preset here. So open. Let's do this tour where I have a few of them set for 5 minutes. Ah, fuck. A minute. Yes. An hour? No, I don't want that one. Let's do 5. So, oh shit, let me show the screen so I can show what's going on. What I got here is, I'm setting up this touring. And you can't see because the damn screen's so messed up. But anyway, when I hit this, now you can see the kind of, well, you can't read it, but the loop shit's going to go on. What I'm going to do now is just hit run on the software. Then over here, I'm going to hit run here. Wait. When you hit run, you can't zoom in or out or look at the other stuff. So let's see what's the temperature here. It's clear. 2 mile an hour gust or not. There's a shit. Yeah, let's go for that. Turn that down there. Check out the RF. All right. Run. Run. And now we're going to start the tour. Tour started. Going to position 1. Now it's going to run that tour. There's disable tracking while each position. That sounds like a good option. Loop enabled. This is cool. It's very easy to set this. Now, we have tour also in the Lorex system, but I didn't see this user friendly. I bet I could figure it out if I dug into the stuff, though. Did they explain why they did it? Their explanation was, well, many. One of them was that they didn't want to land with an 8-pack of those, I guess, into an A-10 because it's dangerous. You're landing with basically a munition, and they didn't want the plane to explode. Yeah. It's almost like saying, look, when we put an arrow missile or whatever, a missile on the side of a jet, we have to fire them. We can't land with the missile. It's too dangerous. We're going to shoot them off in the ocean. I don't know. Something along those lines. But that every time you talk with them, they tell you something different. You call them the next day and say, I heard that you could just say, like, I heard that you can't land with flares because it's dangerous. And they'd say, oh, that's a bunch of crap. Well, your guy said that yesterday. That's the type of stuff we dealt with back then. And we all had day jobs. We didn't know how big the sighting was, like the scope. It was massive. This would have took like the FBI to figure out. I mean, you need professionals that do this stuff that can go in, get cameras, go into the huge high-rise and say, we know you have cameras at the top of these buildings. We want to see everything you had last night. You know, that thing was filmed by the airport hundreds of times. There's hundreds of cameras all over Sky Harbor, even back in the 90s. You couldn't go into Sky Harbor Airport in 97 to not be filmed all over the parking lot. Next time you go to Sky Harbor parking or airport, fly in or out or pick somebody up, count how many cameras you see when you go into the parking area, and then you get into the elevator and you start walking around. You're going to stop counting after about 30. You say, screw it, there's hundreds. Should have had a huge investigation, not just a few of us. But in the end, about 750 people were talked to. And I think face-to-face talked to, not just phone calls. I mean, I know Frances Barwood in like 2 days talked to 450 people, and one of them was me. And she wrote down everyone's name, their phone number, what they saw, what their concerns were, and nobody told her that it was an airplane. She didn't know what it was. And then it was even weird when she tried to get anybody to do anything about it. People put their heads in sound. Don't want to talk about it. Like McCain didn't want to talk about it. He did eventually ask, but I think it was just to publicly say, like, okay, I did something. But, I mean, he could really dug into it if he wanted to. Nobody give a shit. Cool clouds. It's like weird. It's like they have these tails. Ooh, there's a saucer looking one right there. Interesting. So what we got? Let's go fishing. A lot of times I just scroll up, oh, what's that, and stop. You know, you stumble upon something. The weird ones, though, are when you zoom in, you're just looking around, and this is the haystack right here. And we're looking for the needle. And you just go, okay, I'm going to look. I did this once on that, about two of them flying up high, just chose the spot, and well, what? Oh, there's something right there. Damn. Out of all the spots, sometimes you'll just hit that lucky spot. And zoom in and find something. I'm looking for this Tucson thing. I couldn't find the clip. Couldn't find the clip I was looking for, but found this other cool one. This one I'm looking for was a Tucson clip. But this other one I'll have to do until I find it. And I probably have to redo that. Yeah, we got three sides of it.
Let's stay with it. Going, fading down.
Alright, that's cool. Alright. This next clip is from Ecuador. No, I think it's from Ecuador. Wait. It's labeled from Ecuador, but it's not from Ecuador. Anyway, yeah. So this is like the Phoenix Lights. I think it's from New York.
I'm staying with it. Going, fading down. They're back.
Oh my God.
5. It was 4 before.
7.
Here they come. More of them. The Mulroys went out in the boat. Here's another one. Look at them. 3, 6, 7, 8.
Those aren't flares.
Uh-uh. Ate them.
I was laying there.
Eight right in a row. New patterns every time. They're well above the horizon this time. You notice that? They're a lot higher.
I haven't seen that formation yet.
No. sure there's still like 3 more there. Oh, one of those. Huh? There should be like 3 more because if they're big, the bus called whatever. Evidently Lorex or whoever that boat is was watching them too. They flew right out there on the second light up. I'm surprised they didn't go across the lake, but mm-mm. It'd be interesting to see if the one on the right fades first, Jet. Uh-uh. Yeah. The one on the right goes out. So I'm really weird about this. Now we have 7. 7's fading.
Which one? The one on the right?
Yep. 6 is fading. 5 is fading. 4 is fading. 3 is fading. 3 is fading. There's 2 remaining.
Usually the last 2 go out at the same time.
And that's the light on the shore. They're gone again. Now we have 3 again. Straight across. They just started their boat up.
They're over more to the right now.
Yeah, they're towards that light.
And they're low.
The same.
This time at 3 o'clock, they've all been in the same straight line pattern. Sort of gradually up towards the left.
And triangle.
Yeah.
And they're pulsing at different times. Can you get that?
The what?
They're pulsating.
No, not on the camera.
Do you see it, Chad?
Yeah, but the middle one's forward.
Yeah, the end one's pulsing now. Now the middle one.
They all have smoke trails. They're all giving off some type of smoke.
Is it a heat trail?
That's what, yeah.
In the bottom right-hand corner of the picture is the green buoy light going off, and that give you some kind of proportion as to where they are.
There's some kind of trail coming off of each one.
What the hell you got here?
Okay, the boat's leaving.
There's 4. There's another one, 1, 2, 3, right off the third one. On the top, very faint. There's 4.
On the right?
Yeah, left.
I can't pick it up. You look at the glasses, man.
Right off the left one. Very faint.
He's running all those things through. Still see it?
Yeah. Not sure. Just squinting both eyes, but I can still see it.
Last one on the camera. Can you get a different angle at them?
He's over to the left.
Yeah, this green light now is towards us and he must be coming back.
The middle one's dropping.
No, but just shutting off.
This is the first time they haven't gone out north.
One on the right.
Usually the last two were going out together.
Last one's out.
Data showing failed. I'm still waiting till I can get it.
Yep.
on the subject. Shows permits only, permit class D. Shows valid expiring date of 2000. Looks like the registration is coming back to a Dennis L. Phillips, date of birth of 080668. As permanent, permit class is showing class D only.
One's fading.
2305.
The other one's fading. Before it was about just 2 before, right?
They're dropping down. Jump down.
So that was the same damn thing. Just like the Phoenix lights. And they reported smoke. I don't know what's going to happen here. The UFODAP went offline. And I need to reboot in order to bring it back online. So I don't know if that's going to kill the broadcast or what. But it might. So I'm going to reboot. The system takes about 20 seconds. And then I'll see if this will come up or if it crashed and I have to start over. If not, this might be the end for tonight. So here we go. I'm gonna, well, let's do a folder check real quick. How many folders in this damn UFODAP US? So we got that. And it's gonna go nuts as soon as it turns into nighttime. Holy shit. 74. And it analyzes them. Yeah, probably a bunch of shit. And then we got, wow, is it 89? So this ate up 14 gig. Alright, I'm going to reboot, or whatever I got to do, and try and fix OBS and be right back. Oh shit, it was muted. Alright. Not sure why that crashed, but it came back. I got the flight radar up. Now the Lorex is not working. Fucking bullshit. Found the same thing too. The only way to fix this is reboot again. Eventually it kicks in. Or this one I found I could fix by doing this. I think. Just basically just reset it. Maybe not. Let's see. Yeah, I want to do that so I can track the sunset here. But yeah, it's not coming up because it's got a black screen. God damn it. Nope, that ain't it. Fuck. Gotta reboot this again. You gotta like reboot this a couple of times till everything talks happy. That's what sucks when you got too many of these systems. Yeah. UFODAP isn't happy. I gotta reboot again, god damn it. Alright, gonna reboot again. See if I can get all this shit. That's why I had this up and running about 4 hours before I streamed, because you gotta get all this stuff aligned. And then to get the beast out there with all those cameras, that's a whole nother thing. Damn it. Alright, I gotta reboot again, be back in about 96. Just stay here. Murphy's freaking law. It's gonna go wrong. It's gonna go wrong. Alright, we got that up. Launch the mission control software through that. That should come up. Usually, that depends. You have to launch the other OTDAU software before you launch this one, I think. If you want to get the video display anyway. This one over here. It's got more, but I'm not sure why it's not moving. The deal. Freaking expensive wires for all this crap. Alright, let's go over to that channel here. Reboot, you got to reset everything. You got to reset all your controls, all your recording stuff. Alright, this will be cool. Oh, damn it, there were supposed to be clouds tonight. So, there's South Mountain. And speed this up. Thought I could see the Estrelas. I can do it from the 4K camera. There's a trick. When you're skywatching that sunset here. Okay, so yeah, there's Montezuma's head there. So that's where the flares go off. So if I were to do, let's see this. So recording. Yeah, we'll record. Now, if I were to like do a tour and just record here, then say, like at a certain time from like 8 to 10, come over here and run, and just
if the flares go off, they should show up around this angle. Oh, now it's going crazy. I mean, it's recording something. Okay, let me. While that's working on that, let me see if I can figure out why Lori doesn't work. There we go. All right. Well, I was there for a minute. Fuck. Came out for a minute. Well, that thing's going apeshit crazy. That was weird. Man, this thing's just going... Why is it going over there? Can't get this damn Lorex shit to work. That's a shit place to capture anything. This UFODAP's going nuts. It's time to have an intervention with this mother. Stop. Stop, you crazy thing. Just stop. Yes. Why are you... Oh. I think it's because this thing hits and then it takes a look around. The capture box is in it. I put it in a shit area, I guess. Alright, let's look up. Or South Mountain. Now when you skywatch like this, you can see a lot longer than you can normally. Like, this is going to backlight anything. Helicopters, balloons, planes. Alright, let's try this. Let's run this puppy here and see what happens. Success! Lori's back. This is the one I wanted to use. Now let's put it to use. I get what Thomas Felser goes through, man. I don't even have nothing elaborate like that man has. And he's got all this stuff running and all these guests. I don't know how. I don't have the stuff to do that. I'd like to have some people on, some other Skywatchers, and do a virtual bash here. So, yeah, here we go. Tippy Time Skywatch.
So we got this plane here coming in. Let's check that plane out because we're going to be seeing that here in a bit. So, here we are over here with Gilbert. And I'm showing you like South Mountain on that one camera. That's about this tip. So we have a line of sight over around that. And that plane's leaving. This plane will be coming in about 5 minutes, and we're going to be picking it up on maybe both camera systems. So let's get them all aimed up and lined up. UFODAP is up and running. Mission control is running the wrong window. There's always something going wrong with this thing. This OBS can be a real pain in the ass. So that's incoming, and we're pointing, let's see, we're pointing, oh, that's a different camera. So we're pointing this way. Fuck, that camera's, no, it's gonna miss us. That thing's flying over to, it's an Albuquerque route, I think. 'Cause, if it was lined up, it would be going this way. Trying to get something, because the sun's going to go down, so these planes are going to be coming in. We might have, where's this guy going to? This guy's coming to Phoenix. This guy's going to Southwest. He's going to Phoenix. This guy's going to Phoenix. Okay, so all these guys are lined up. They'll be coming in over here in about 2.5 minutes. So let's get everything ready. Let's go to this one, this guy first. The Lorex, and the Lorex is going to be coming right around here. So we're going to, but we'll pick up, but when the sun goes down, then we'll pick them up easier, but it's going to block us for about 15 minutes on this. And then we'll go to UFODAP, do the same damn thing. Stop. Up here. Let's see if this can pick up this system. So we got those incoming aircraft right now. Should be picking this guy up in about 3 minutes, I think. Either way, he'll be coming up that screen.
That tree right there, I don't know. It's probably a quarter of a mile away. Aircraft. Let's check on this aircraft coming in. Oh, fuck. Is he going? He's not. Wait. Is that jet? They might be rerouting them on the north side. Sometimes they'll loop them over Paradise Valley and Scottsdale, but most of the time they train them right over the Estrellas to keep the noise down. But the Southwest looks like it's coming in. It's going to land at 5:37. So it's got another 25 minutes in the air. Behind that's another one. So determined to get this guy. This is again training to get these guys. Got the camera trained over there. I got Lori. Lori's got something here with Lori. Is this that Southwest jet? Who the fucker is this? Let's check flight radar real quick. Who's that? I'll give you an idea of what we just saw here. It might have been that guy we just saw. Wasn't him. So it wasn't that guy. So the plane we just saw is the Southwest. Let's go back to Lori. Wait. Let's see. This plane should be coming in. God damn it! What happened to that freaking Southwest? Okay, they're directing them over North Scottsdale, I think. This Southwest guy should be coming in here. But see, look how far away that is. So we're talking in miles and shit. That's 5 miles. I'm seeing this 15 or 20 miles out. So that's a pretty good shot of something 15, 20 miles out on that 4K dome camera. Yeah, our sunsets are almost always cool here. Let's turn on this Terminator shit. I need to... What is it doing up there? I wish I could get this full screen. So that would be an option. God, I can't figure out how to do that. I wish Ron could put in is... How do we get to see this damn thing full screen? Because I haven't figured out... There's got to be a way in the API to do that. But, yeah, this half box, sometimes I just want to just watch just this. And full screen. I haven't figured out a way to do that. There goes your Friday night freak out here. The thermal vision needs some help. You can record this stuff. This can be recorded into an AVI. But the tracking stuff, I'm not sure how this all works. This one's obvious. That one's obvious, but this is really off the game there. What happened to those? I forgot. Those other damn aircraft. Been sidetracked on this terminal. Yeah. Oh yeah, they're all going freaking north. I can still film them, but for once, there's a plane taking off that way. Huh? For once, there's no planes around me. Weird. It's like all these planes are getting banked north. So, I mean, they're kind of out of the view. Hardly anything going around. I could film those. I want to film some UFOs, though, or show what the camera can do at sunset. And the planes are not cooperating. But I've filmed planes all the way out to Quartzsite. I mean, look how far that was. That's on the fucking border of Arizona and California. And I filmed them out that far. From here. That's half a state away, man. When I filmed that that weather balloon from my roof, Prescott, Skull Valley, all these places where the boomerang came down. Boomerang was first seen at Crown King at 5:30, by the way. 3 of them. But anyway, was seen all the way up by Flagstaff. Right? That's up here. And it was probably over around Sedona when I filmed it. So that's a quarter of a state away when I filmed that weather balloon that was 200 feet. But you can film these at sunset because of the glare of the back. When they're going this way towards California, yeah, you can film these half a state away with a dome camera. That's just crazy, man. I can tell by looking at South Mountain, we're going to see some orange. It's hazy, so in about 15 minutes when that goes down, the orange will come up. There's orange all over the mountain range over there. Instead of potato chips, switch to peanuts. Healthier for you. I'm going to have to go out and do a 2-mile run later with Rhonda. At some point. We haven't been in here all damn day. I need to go out with her and do some walking around. Thermal vision going nuts. See, this is what I mean. If at nighttime this really goes crazy. I mean, it goes apeshit on stars. It doesn't know what to do. So how do I fix this? I mean, this is making hundreds and hundreds of folders, man. What do we got here? Let's see who this is. This is what I mean about a long ways away. That plane there. I'm trying to find that thing on flight radar. Look at that orange glow. It's weird. It's the damn dust. It's this guy. Prime. It's Prime Air. That plane we just looked at was either this Boeing 767 that's at 40,000 feet, or it was this American airline one. I thought I saw Prime Air in here. Yeah, this Prime Air. So these are the two that I'm recording from here. And that big trail of dust you're seeing, that's a quarter state away. So it's either of these aircraft. So that's the power of how far this can see. And it can really reach. That's how a few of these domes can keep the whole goddamn quarter town under surveillance if you do it right. Across the threshold. Looks like it's going that way. Down. Let's go back to Lori. No, the flight radar doesn't show UFOs. One day when some of us see something, and then it updates on flight radar where to look, right? Come on, focus, focus. What is this doing? I guess I got it boxed on something, so anytime, like the wind, when the wind moves, it starts looking around. It's like real life Terminator vision, where it's looking around and inspecting stuff, trying to figure it out using whatever AI or whatever. Crazy. A lot of folders being made. Look at how it's outlining the bush. That's pretty cool. I mean, it's like LiDAR, but it's coming off a damn camera, the analysis of it. Ron said a real interesting job of whatever. And notice it's zooming by itself. So it pans and zooms. It controls the camera. But yeah, it should know that's a palm tree, right? I mean, it's the outline of a palm. It should say, okay, that's a palm tree. Let's leave that alone. But I don't know what's going on behind the scenes there and the guts. It shows you where all the aircraft are and where the thing's pointed. So, but it's not in real time, but it gives you an idea compared to what's going on with Sky Harbor. It's pulling this stuff out of Flight Radar 24. So the amount of cool stuff you get with this is pretty excellent to help you skywatch and ID whatever you're going to do. Yeah, shit's boring. It's boring until something happens. Then it's fun for a little while. And it's back to boring. Look at all that freaking orange. That haze is usually clear, and you can see hills and stuff on there. So we had a smoggy, I guess I didn't get out of the house, but we had a smoggy day, I guess. I wonder, like, if you could see a hiker on the top of that mountain, they'd probably be about 4 or 5 pixels up, 2 pixels wide, maybe that's it, if you could see them. Well, people really don't hike. I didn't see anything. P1000 could see. Yeah, it would see them pretty damn clear. That part of South Mountain's pretty clear. Alright, so you can see some swirl cactuses here. And you can look up that they're about, what, 13, 15 feet high? And maybe about 14, 15 foot thick on average. So you can see the swirls now backlit. And if anything were to show up, if it's around over South Mountain, which is 15 miles away. What we're looking at. See that aircraft right there? I'm going to look that guy up real quick. Oh, I love this system. It's so freaking cool. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Go on him, go on him. That was American Airlines aircraft right there that flew by us. He just flew by the camera, okay? So we know. Yeah, he's at 4,500 feet. That's about right. So he's behind South Mountain. So if we look over here where we are, 10 kilometers, that's 30 miles, 30 kilometers away. So yeah, at night you see a lot of stuff. You can see real far. Anyway, so yeah, a person would be nothing. They'd be like, you would barely see a person if you could see somebody. So this is about 15 miles away, I think, something like that, mapped out. And it would see even farther if there wasn't so much goddamn dust. But dust makes the cool sunset. Hit behind that tree. All right, see, let's look at the wind. The wind here looks like it's about 7 to 10 miles per hour. So what we'll do is we'll look at mission control and find out. Let's see, compare. Should be the same. So mission control says, you read the shit, probably not. Mission control is saying wind, broken clouds, wind speed at 3.5, miles per hour 8. Sounds in the ballpark 8. Gusts nothing. Wind dirt degree. That's interesting. What or no DIR? That might not be dirt. Degree 210. Humidity 19%. See, there's no humidity here, man. It's currently 94 degrees. The visibility is 10 kilometers, so that's about right. Visibility is piss poor that mountain. Yeah, so this is pretty spot on, man. There are UFOs around. No, I don't know what this stuff means. It's something spikes. If it's over the top, it's supposed to go up. It's cool. I like it, but I'm more into the visual. The sun gonna go down. It goes down at I think 5:55 or 5:56 yesterday, and it tells you that on UFODAP too. That's pretty cool. Sunset is at 5:55, probably 5:54, 5:53 the next day. Sunrise is at 6:30. That's when I get up. I wonder what else is out there. That'd be cool if Sky 360 has interesting software like this that does more. Imagine more shit. More screens, more science, more data. Imagine what $1 million what Avi Loeb's money could do with off-the-shelf systems. With $1 million, we could drop UFODAPs all over the world, studying all these systems. And yeah, there's an overhead because you have to plant like Starlink or something like that because they need internet. It needs a lot of data up and down. And that's one of the problems is, every place is going to have a legacy cost if you're going to use Starlink and people to monitor it. Seeing how this stuff will crash. You got to have people assigned just to look through the damn folders. See, if we did something like this, you'd have to have 2 or 3 people just look through the folders, but they'd have to use AI. You can't trust all AI. You have to use a backup system. Some human has to look at it, unfortunately. Hundreds of these damn folders from one camera. Now, imagine 200 of these systems out there at the best locations. How much data that would be putting into folders? It'd be a hell of a lot. We'd be talking maybe 5,000 folders a day. Yeah, just 10 of these systems at what I'm getting, like 250 folders in 24 hours sometimes. But I'll have this dialed in. If you had dialed in, maybe not that many. Yeah, 10 of these systems, 2,000 folders, 100 of them, 20,000. Shit gets out of control quick. Hey. What is that thing doing? I told it to go down. Yeah. Bit weird. It should focus. This is where you need a pull focus. Okay, that's not good. We got to go this direction. What are we at? 29. See, we're almost on maximum zoom, and I know the maximum zoom has a hard time getting a 100% focus, so I have to pull out to about a 20. Come on, cooperate here. About 22, 24. And we could probably get this almost all locked down if we run. That was a bad idea. Some disco weirdy shit. Okay, I don't want people getting seizures over that. You can see it's amazing, but it's also depressing. On my east camera up here, you can see this red halo. Transition over to that one. You can see this red glow that goes this way, and then it goes off that way. And I can see it on the dome cameras. And what it is it's like, you see this stuff up at Sedona? It's like this red haze, and it goes up. You can see from like ground level up to about 300 foot. And when the wind comes, it takes all this particles and all the stuff, and it blows it at you. I used to like going out in the dust storms until I realized that's launching pesticides. It's launching every Roundup and all the stuff out there, and running all in the dust, and it's pushing it at you. You don't want to breathe that crap. So yeah, but the red haze here is why we have like, oh, that's UFODAP's nuts. But that's why we have like a signature red glow and red sunsets here. Unfortunately, I don't know if that's good or bad or debris or what that is. $5.50, we got what, 10 minutes till it goes down.
I command you, move down. You goddamn shitty moving down. Trying to get this. That's cool. It landed, the sun went down into kind of the middle of those two valleys there. That's a trip. That'd be cool if something showed up into this. You know what's cool is you got to Hawaii and you watch the sun go down in the ocean and you see it sink, and when it goes down, the last part goes real fast. Let's see if it does this here. It's like it goes down like boom and it's gone, but like it takes a while to get there, and it reflects off the ocean. It's so beautiful. There it's gone. And then you can see the smog level here, the haze. And sun is set in hell. Wait, did I get it wrong goddamn screen here. That plane flying over right there is this American Airlines. So yeah, you can see that I'm easily getting 15 miles out, especially at sunset. And all that damn smog.
You almost always get a pretty bitchin' sunset here. Even with no clouds. With clouds, it's crazy. Some of the weird colors you'd see here. Yeah, the higher up this camera goes, the more mountains I get out of it. It's a better view. Seen that before. It's on the Lorex has the same position. But I can see definitely something sticking up. That's weird. Oh wait, I'm in the right damn transition here. Nope. It's that one. Yeah, right here I can kind of see something there. Check out this other view. Now this is where I'd see police helicopters. Over there. Always on patrol. In the early 2000s, we were skywatching. My friend Mike Fortson, he lived in Gilbert, not south of me, and he reported that he was seeing the Cessna that was taken off from Williams Field when the sun went down around now. Around now is when weird shit happens, around 8, well between sunset, so it could be between 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock. And anyway, the Cessna was taken off from Williamsfield, and then it was doing circles around Phoenix. It was doing that all night, pretty much. And who was the gas to do that? Later, we found out the FBI was renting planes through what do they call shell companies, and these shell companies were basically full surveillance, and they were basically recording everybody or whatever. They're recording, I guess, the bad part of town, they were thinking, and recording everything. And this goes like right after 9/11. They were doing this over and over and over and over. City after city after city, big cities, they were doing that with Cessnas. And a lot of people came onto this maybe 5-6 years ago from some of these, like The Verge and some of these investigative websites. But we saw this like in 2000, like 23 years ago, we noticed this, before they had the internet and flight tracker 24 to figure this out for your ass. That's about nailed on that. I wish I could just hit fix. And then don't move, just leave that goddamn thing there. Yeah, you can really see the orange. I see it's going to be nighttime, and then UFODAP's going to go nuts on whatever flying around. It's going to be do a look at a folder count, see where we're at. Not bad, about 30 gig today so far, but hasn't recorded all night. $90 folders from Mission Control in about 8 hours. And God knows how many times, how many folders of freaking trees. At least I can identify it. They identify as trees. And then if you just wanted to record the whole thing, yeah, I can record multiple streams at the same time. So you can record at the same time you're running projects, and you can run multiple ones of these. It just depends, I guess, on kind of how good your computer is. This is over on the Lorex camera. I can flip it into IR mode at any time, day, night, whatever. So here's the difference with that in color versus that in IR. And then you can mess with the colors too, like mess with the contrast and the brightness, and see if you can get UFOs to pop out in IR mode. A lot of experimenting you can do to try and see these. The best I've seen is just cut out the damn camera glare. Because, I mean, after all, when you look at that orange, see how it goes up to about 350 feet or so, then it turns blue? We're looking through that. I'm skywatching through that shit. This orange crushed sky. It's there. It's like the sun's illuminating it, but that red stuff is there. It's all over the place. We're breathing this stuff. We're skywatching through it. It's not as bad as LA. In LA, they have smog and all that other stuff to skywatch through. But you got to skywatch through 300 foot of this orange stuff here. It's not here every day, but it was here today, so I just skywatched that shit. So that's why when you skywatch, and you have to look through that orange stuff, you're going to want to punch up with the camera, because then you're punching up through 300, 600, whatever feet of this orange stuff. And then if there's clouds up there, you're looking for this stuff up there in the clouds. So that's the shortest distance from A to B for the UAP, is if it's over you. Now, if you're shooting at an angle like 20 degrees, 40 degrees, then you're looking through like 1.5 times more of the orange stuff. So you're looking through more of that pollution to try and find the UAP, and you might not see it because it's small and flying around weird anyway. So yeah, LA has to deal with that. If you live like outside of the city, you wouldn't have to deal with this too much. But pollution's a factor in skywatching to consider. There's days I want to drag the beast outside, and I just say, screw it. Look at the sky. It's overcast. At 30,000 feet overcast. It's like a whiteout. Like if you were sky watching in a whiteout. So it's almost pointless with that. The best thing you can do is take down the brightness, jack up the content, but you're also looking through a lot of this other pollution and whatnot. So there's days after sky watching you just go, I'm never going to see anything in this. There's other days where I'll check like the mountains and go, God damn, that's clear. You could see like visibility, like UFODAP told us 10 kilometers. It's about right. And then with nothing, it'll be interesting on a clear day to see what UFODAP says. Probably 20, 30 kilometer range of being able to see pretty good. But yeah, once it hits orange, it's going to be orange for a while. I'm just going through the comments. I'm going to take a break here and redo my tea. I drink coffee, about two containers of that. I don't drink alcohol anymore. I switch to hot tea, and then I drink liquid tea or water. Since my wife is sick and she's got to be on a mainly plant-based diet, I'm going to do the same thing. She's got to suffer. I'm going to suffer with her. Thanks, almost too good. Yeah, there's too many people running their mouth on whatever. I don't know what UFO Twitter is. Can someone explain what the fuck UFO Twitter is? I heard about it. Yeah, I've tried streaming in 4K with this, and we have Cox, right? And with this type of deal, you have to have unlimited internet, because if you have a 1 terabyte limit, right? I can hit that in a week. Terabyte. That's not even doing this. That's just streaming stuff. That's just using Disney. That's just using Hulu shit and Netflix. Through these, yeah, terabyte's gonna go down the drain real quick. So you gotta have unlimited. And then I had their thing where it's 800 megabit down, and the best you can get up is like 20. So 20 isn't enough to pump 4K. You can upload 1080i pretty easily, and I think I was getting like 15 kilobyte, but when I hit 20 on OBS and I was doing that, it was just choking. The stream was going to hell. It was almost enough for 4K, but not quite. Like 4K, real good 4K can actually run at like 80, 80 megabit or a second, not 20 or 15. If you want really, really detailed shit, that Panasonic, when that's recording, that can go up to 800 megabyte a second. So I mean, you're almost going like a gig every couple seconds. That thing just fills up. It's so full of data. You can never stream that. But Netflix does. They dumb it down. They take the good stuff like that and they put it down. They take 800, they turn it to 20. So God, I've tried that. The best that we have in the valley that I could find was 20 up. I don't know about Starlink. They're not fully up to capacity yet. They'll ruin Skywatching at night. All you're going to ever see is Starlink, just running around. They'll be running around like ants all over the place. 30,000 of these goddamn things. Yeah, if you play like Microsoft Flight Simulator, I played on the Xbox X. That chews up your shit too. Yeah, 50 meg would be what I would need to. Yeah, Twitter's a waste of time. There's nothing to learn on Twitter. It's just people throwing poo at each other, trying to be the coolest guy in the room. Get off your fucking ass and get to work. Go look for some UFOs. Go dig through some UFOs. I can open this up, this software. Check this out. We're going to go to the UTADIP. All right. Yeah, this one. So we can come here and we're looking. I think, did this freaking freeze? Let's look. I have control of this. Yeah, I got control. This is still working. Alright, so what you can do with this is you can go to analysis, right? I'm going to bring the screen over. And you can't see it from there. I got to go to my wide view. So I have a set up a wide view. There we go. I set up a wide view so we can look at the pop-up screens. So this is a pop-up screen that comes when I hit go here. This is the $95 stuff. So let's say you already got some UFO videos you want to look at. Or you just want to look at whatever. Hit this, analysis and playback. And what you can do here is enable analysis after each target acquisition. I don't need to do that because I have pre-recorded stuff. Enable modification of folder names to include ID. Yep, let's do that. I don't know what the yellow identifier is, but I heard you should use it. Enable single shot detector, SSD daytime object identifier. I think that, I don't know, I wish Ron would come on, we could talk how this works. And then so what we're going to do here is we're going to analyze some videos after the fact. So we're going to think what video should I use this on? Like, fuck it. We'll find something, right? So we're going to go through my hard drive here in a second. So we got data path. So what we're going to do is we're not going to analyze something live. We're going to analyze something that's already happened. So we go back to widescreen here. And then we're going to now select a folder. So this opens up this folder here. And I'm going to scroll down to, let's see, UFO drive. So I got stuff stored in different backups and stuff. So I keep my stuff usually throughout the years. What are we going to look at? We could look at, let's see what we got. Oh, that's folder. Oh, you can do a file. All right, so you can do an individual file or folder. Let's see. Let's run it through this. I'll show you this. Let's show you this video. So here I'm going to open it. So it goes F, if you can read that. It goes to May 17th. So I'm going to click frame by frame, and I'm going to hit, let's see, start, And then now, let's see. It should be going through that video. Let's see what we got here. I'm not. This is another video. It's going through of aircraft, so I'm not sure what's loading that one. But we'll see what happens. And after this is over, it's going to tell us what the hell this did. So if you're going to go through like hundreds of folders or whatever, it's going to take some time. Because it's doing the same thing right now. It's doing tracking. It should be doing telephoto stuff of this file. Alright, so it's done. Directory traverse complete. Could not open video file. Number of frames. So maybe... Okay, that file didn't work. It did not work on that file. So let's select something else. Oh, wait, this wants a folder. We want to do a file. I didn't like that one. Does it just do goddamn MP4 AVI? Fuck, it only does... I don't store my shit. These are all MPEGs. Alright, screw it. Let's run the Phoenix Lights through it. Let's see what happens. Start. Here we go. See if it runs. Oh, no, this is the last. Weird. This is the video I just tried to do. The May 18th one. The fuck? Start again. Okay, here goes the Phoenix Lights through here. And let's see what we got here. Telephoto, tracking, path. Weird. So it's going frame by frame. And some of these frames is looking at right there. Those are house lights. Yeah, unknown. Well, how's it supposed to know a goddamn house light, man? Think about it. This is an old video that's 28 years old. How's it supposed to figure this out? It's going to come back. Analysis unknown. What happened here? That's frame 1 of 9,000. I seem to have stopped. Fail. Oh, the YOLO thing is failing. There's a yellow driver. Alright, let's hit stop. Turn off yellow. And then hit start. That's fucked. See, that doesn't work as good as we think. So it does, it kind of wants AVI files. Find something else. These are all Phoenix Lights things. Oh yeah, so it went through the folder and it couldn't identify, so it renames your folders. So all your folders will get like renamed or something. Nothing. There's videos in here, but they're MPEGs. So is this like, I don't record. I have to send it through this whole goddamn folder, P1000. Where was that folder? 2018. December. Let's see what it does with that. Frame by frame. See now, look, it's doing the Phoenix Light. It's like it's doing the file before it. This is dumb. Yeah, Starlink might be the future of all this. See, this thing is kind of failing me on this analysis. It's, oh, okay, I know why. Fuck. See, it's only doing 100 frames, and there was something. I can't remember what it was. There was something. Oh, I see. It says here, duh, in front of me. Maximum frames for analysis or playback, 100. So I think what you do, yeah, you put blank and then it runs through the whole damn thing. I had this set up, but I've uninstalled and reinstalled the software so much, every little tweak I forget to go back and put in. So yeah, you got to do 100 to run through the whole deal. So this AI that goes through this stuff, no, it's okay, but it's not going to go through the Phoenix Lights and tell you what the hell it was. Not going to come back flares. See what we got on Lori. So way out there. All right, we got some. All right, now the real difference is going to come out here with this camera and the Dahoo, because this thing's already picking up stars. This is probably Venus, so get prepared to be fucked by Venus. So I believe that's Venus. And how we check. Just remember, the phone, right? Oh, this goddamn Jeffrey Dahmer shit everywhere. I hate this phone. I hate my phone. I want an iPhone. Alright, so Skyview, right? Skyview free. So yeah, it's going to show us where everything is. Turn around, and we're pointing that way. Right? So there's where we're at. Well, we got the Venus right there. So we hit lock on Venus there, and that shows us Venus just came down that way. So it's going down, and there it's next to the sun. But that's, the Venus should be down already. What else we got up here? Oh, okay, there we go. Mercury. But you always do your due diligence and find out. Now this could be just, let's see. I'm not that good of an astronomer. It could be Ananet. But it could be Venus, but it's already down the sun. But it's likely Venus, but it's a star. And you can tell because it'll slowly track. It'll slow down to the from here down to like the 6 o'clock position. So yeah, unfortunately, I know some other Skywatchers that can't tell the goddamn difference, and they look at it and they think I got something. Be careful what you post because it can come back and haunt you later. And it wasn't like we thought it was. But yeah, all the stars are going to come out. And if we flip into IR mode, see, probably that minute. And if I darken it, they'll show up. They'll all be showing up here in a minute because it's going to get dark. The opposite direction. Oh, that's weird. Oh, this is cool. One thing that's cool about this dome camera is, like this Lorex camera, when the ball turns or whatever, or there's no ball inside of it, everything's totally exposed to the elements, and there's a ring around it where water goes in. Okay, this Dahoo camera is different. It's sealed with a rubber gasket. Okay, and you have to take that off just to get it working. And inside the dome, the camera spins around, so it's totally freaking waterproof. So check this out. So if we go to zoom here, oh wait, I gotta pull out of the 32. Power and go to 0 and then spin her around. You should be able to see what I mean. Look at the amount of stars already showing up. Alright, so if I spin, see how that spins around inside that bubble? Oh, wait. Well, let me switch over that goddamn cameras first. So we're on Lorex camera. This gets confusing with all this stuff. Okay, so there's the Lorex. So there you can see it spinning around inside. So that the outside bubble is totally waterproof, and the inside bubble isn't going to get hit. That's some cool shit. So that's pretty damn waterproof. I like that upgrade. So what are we gonna do here? We're gonna switch to Lori and move around a bit. I'm only down to 2 mice. Sometimes I got 5 mice running this damn house. All these computers. And this also picks up a lot of gnats, which is, there's one right there. There's nothing you can do about that. So what we'll do is we're going to set UFODAP over here to peer through the orange and see how good of a job it does. Right, there's that one camera set up. Let's see this guy. Damn it. Oh, fuck, I hit the wrong button. Story of my life. Wish I had split screen hooked up for this. I'll have to look into how to do that. So I got this hooked up. This is running. And let's make sure it's running. All the good stuff. Oh yeah, all the good stuff's running. So it's going to watch incoming aircraft here, and we'll see if it goes nuts or if it's stable. Well, let's see if we can get that guy. Here comes something. Let's see what happens. There we go. Oh, there it is. Don't lose it. Don't lose it. God damn it. UFODAP, you failed me. You have failed me for the last time. UFODAP. Yeah, it works. It works, though. It needs to work better. So, but this was an actual path it took. This is when it zoomed in and it was trying to require it. So, what could he do? Anyway, I need to take a break. I'm going to leave this on. And me and Rhonda are going to go for a walk for a couple of miles and do some exercise. And if anybody wants to watch, that's cool. If not, thanks for everybody watching. I'll be back a little later. That was a quick 1 mile walk. What's going on with UFODAP? See, it's going crazy. I can't wait to get this mounted in its final position up higher, and there'll be all kinds of shit to look at. This is also seen through that damn orange smog. Alright, man, I gotta shut down. Rhonda, it's Rhonda time. It's all about her now. She wants to eat some spaghetti and watch something. She had work today, and I need today off. So, every once in a while I update this website. Haven't for a year. Need some help. I'm just too freaking busy with everything. And I know all you guys out there are subscribed. But if you know some people that didn't subscribe, or some people that watched this video later, like, because you had to subscribe to get in the chat, but you don't have to subscribe to watch the video. So if you like this video, want to see some more, subscribe, leave some comments. What do you want to see next time? I'd like to go on location. I'd like to get the hell out of town. Take the beast out with me and get away from the dome cameras. And I wonder if we can take UFODAP with us. That's an interesting thing. Could we take it with us with the beast on location? That's a good question that we're going to have next time. So cool. Skywatch, Thomas Fessler, I don't think's on. Spaced Out Radio's on later tonight. That's a good channel to watch. And we'll see you guys on the next Skywatch. Peace out.